welcome back to Nintagious. I'm waiting for the bot to boot up, but welcome just the same. Hope everybody's doing well and having a nice weekend. We're just gonna take it easy tonight. I've been talking a lot lately about, now that we have Coromon completed and Monster Hunter's kind of done for now, that, it is really hot in here. I might have to change. It just hit me all of a sudden. It's very, like, humid and sticky in here, and wearing long pants is very uncomfortable. I might have to do something about that. I'm gonna keep talking while I do that, because I just have to go right over here. I've been talking a lot since Coromon and Monster Hunter are... Well, Coromon's done, Monster Hunter's, like, done for now. We want to get back to Fire Emblem Three Hopes at some point, probably. But, before then... I think we're just gonna do a random assortment of just some Mega Man and Sonic stuff. And I think I've been meaning to do another episode of Sonic Origins for... God, when was the last one we did? Thank you, whoever that is. I can't see it at the moment, but I can hear it because I still have my headphones on. Okay, that's better. Now it's not all disgusting in here. It's kind of cool. A little bit more chill. I can tolerate that. Helps if I can spell. It's been about almost 2 months since we played Origins last. I don't think I've been wanting to do this further episode since then, but it did hit me at some point where I was like, oh, we should go through with Tales too, because why not? Because I've been wanting to play it more, but I've talked before that I need more direction than just aimlessly playing it. And I feel like, excuse me, as far as stream content goes, that it goes the same way, where people need to see, like, what's different about this than the last one I did. You know what I mean? And we're not going to do anything fancy. We're just going to play through with Tales. But anyway, I wanted to kind of get this one out of the way first, before I got to some of the other stuff. Part of that is because I'm still deciding which I want to do. I think I know which games I want to play this week. I'm not completely sure how long any of them are going to take, so I don't know how much we'll get through before Fall Guys on Friday, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, worth noting that compared to the Knuckles marathon, with Knuckles we did Sonic 1, 2, and 3, and then we also played through Mania that night. I am not planning on playing Mania with Tails tonight, and the majority reason for that is because we're also going to have to go through CD with Tails, because you can play CD with Tails, you can't play CD with Knuckles. So that was why I skipped it with Knuckles. So it might take a little bit longer, and I think including Mania made us go pretty far over time. So, but who knows? If we finish really early, maybe we'll see. We'll see what we can figure out. Anyway, that aside, Theo, how's it going? And thank you for the super chat as well. Hope the weekend has been treating you well. And yeah, we'll watch the cutscenes again, because it's been a while, and they're good. They're nice. Even if it seems strange, because we're probably not going to see Sonic at all tonight. Well, no, we will see him, because he'll be in the plane driving sections, but you know what I mean. But yeah, Theo knows, sort of, because I had to... Why is it still show Knuckles? I had to troubleshoot a bunch of emulators for some of the stuff that I'd like to do. And I had to poke him on Discord, because one of them I couldn't get working. And then eventually I fixed it, but... Those fucking PlayStation emulators, man, they just... tend to be a thing. I also do need to look into Dreamcast emulators. I didn't do that yet. One of the games I've mentioned a bit on stream already is wanting to play through the original Sonic Adventure. And I tried that on the Retro Achievements emulator, and the graphics are, like, all janky. So I was like, let's, see what other emulators there are and see if there's one that maybe runs a little better. But I didn't make time for that yet, so... Oh yeah, it was like 5 o'clock in the morning when I did it. I wasn't expecting you to be awake. It was, you'll see it later. And then I just happened to figure it out before that became relevant. We're not gonna do the special stage. I don't like the Sonic 1 special stages, and I don't feel like torturing myself with them, so... I guess I could have gone ahead and done that one, but... Yeah, it's something I'll talk about sometimes about, like, the beauty of Discord and messaging services in general. So I think a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm not on very often, or I was asleep at the time, and it's like, yeah, but you can leave the message for later, it's fine. Especially as someone who grew up in the early 2000s when we were dealing with, like, you know, AOL Instant Messenger, and you couldn't do that. You had to be online to send each other messages. You both had to be online. So now that you can just send messages at any time, and they can get to it when they get to it, is, like, kind of incredible. I think. Okay. I tried to get in that one, I promise you. Part of me is like, I started learning to speedrun this game, so there's a part of me that's like, why am I taking my time? Part of that is I started to learn it, so I don't really know the run well enough to be able to, like, still do it, I don't think. Use another one? Yeah. But also, I guess I don't really know the route as Tails either, as part of it. There's probably some differences there. But I also just didn't want to stress about it that much. Just gonna have a good old time. Yeah, but you probably have to take off at very specific times, and that's what I wouldn't know. Because flying is slow. You're gonna have to do it, like, off of certain slopes to give yourself, like, the momentum to coast across the entire stage. And then you got stages like Spring Yard, where there's walls that you have to get over. sounds simple in theory, but in execution, if you were just to constantly, like, just do this to try and make it across the entire stage, like, it might actually be faster to just go across the stage normally. Really. Okay. And then you got this hellhole that's very cycle based. This is very handy, though. That was almost bad. I think I did like 4 runs of Sonic 1 though, and already had it down to like 45 minutes, which is like, I feel like is not bad for spending basically a day learning the run. You motherfucker. I just noticed that the lava's flowing in the wrong direction. Like, it's animated flowing in the wrong direction. Oh, it flows back and forth. That just doesn't make sense for the flow below, though. Oh well, don't mind me. It is pretty nice to, like... If I had to guess, the Tails route is probably similar to the Sonic route, except it's easier. Because clearing sections like this with Sonic, like, you can do that without abiding by the laws of the auto-scroller, but you have to have, like, very good timing. Whereas Tails can just do that. And Sonic's probably still faster, but it requires, like, a lot of practice. I'm bad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. This is bad. This is fine now. Sonic's definitely pretty broken, for sure. Stages were definitely not designed with that in mind. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Now granted, stages like this are also kind of like, just remember where to go and you'll be fine. Yeah, a lot of these traps are just like, who cares with Tails? Are you still working through Golf 64? Or did you pivot to something else? I gotta tell you, like, there's something really great about, like, not playing on PC, to be blunt. When I was testing the emulators, I was getting so mad because some of them were just being so difficult, and I was like, oh my god, like, just work. What is, like, why is this a problem? Oh god. I messed that up, but I kinda got it. I just went too far, I think. Got Sonicked. Why did it kill the block? I've never seen that happen before. Oh my god. Oh my god, help me. Yeah, that game's no joke, for sure. I think that's why I've always been a little hesitant about streaming it. I'm bad. Never mind, it's fine. I died going away, I didn't even have to go either, that feels bad. Oh my god. I don't know where I am right now. So that's a thing. Well, that was interesting. This is very interesting. What is happening? I actually don't think this is where I'm supposed to go. It's this way. I should try to keep some of the speedrun memories in play, in case I decide to revisit that at some point. Although, honestly, I maybe shouldn't speedrun this version, because I've definitely noticed that some of the tricks they use in speedruns, like the physics, aren't exactly the same in this version. So some of the tricks kind of don't work very well, or at all. So if I wanted to, like, duplicate... And a lot of the stuff they do isn't, like, difficult. I could cancel flight. I guess you can only do that in some games. This jump is, like, really painful to make with Sonic, so I'm glad that I can just tails it up. Well, that was just stupid. That was also very stupid. Oh no. It's fine. This is fine. Yo, Tails hacks? Oh god, what have I done? It's amusing that I've mentioned only briefly lately, because I guess I don't want people to be too interested in it, but I've been trying to, like, relearn coding a little bit over the past couple weeks. And, it's amusing how that is, like, a completely different... It's such a unique way of thinking that, like, playing a video game now is, like, I see it in a completely different way. It's like I can see the code now and understand how things work. And I'll look at things and be like, huh, how did they make this work? Before I was like, it just works, forehead, but that's not how programming works at all. Nothing just works, because there's no logic in place to make it just work. Maybe also understanding why there are so many, like Unity engine platformers, because you don't have to do a lot of that shit. It's just ready to go already. I don't know where I am, so I went the wrong way at some point, for sure, but we're just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. Oh no. Oh my god. Why am I bad? Yeah, I absolutely went the... This act should have been over by now. Son of a bitch. Why would I do that? Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought I'd be able to sneak past that. I tend to not respect hitboxes as much as I should sometimes, it seems. It does... The toying around with coding has also led to me having the perhaps semi-apocalyptic take of platformers are the hardest things to code. Just because of the physics involved. You have to know some real big brain math to make that stuff work. Yes, I know. That was why I was gonna come back. I had an idea for an alert. You know how people have the special alerts for like $6.66 that will be like something scary? I had the idea to make it the drowning music. But that shit lasts for like 22 seconds or something. It lasts way too long. We still made it and killed that enemy before invincibility wore off. Technically. I think I used iframes to kill it, not invincibility, but that's fine. Yeah, I know. That's why I stopped here. The air bubbles are so, like, deliberately placed in this game. If you ever pass by an air bubble in this game and think, ah, I can skip it, no, you can't. No, you can't. Unless you're, like, you know, a top-level speedrunner, and then you probably can, but it's gonna be really tight. Nice. Nice. How? I think I hit the button to start swimming in like the same frame he popped up. You hate to see it. I guess that's one thing that speedrunning taught me, is that I know where these bubbles are. So it might seem scary at some points, but it's not that scary. I kind of know exactly where I need to go. As long as I don't go... Well played. As long as I don't go off of the rails and go in the wrong direction. I'm glad I grabbed that checkpoint. Well, this is bad. That's the thing that sucks about flying. Well, swimming in this case. I don't know if that would hit the same. The drowning music's funny because it's scary to everybody, and I think that's kind of what you need to go for. Excuse me? He played me. Even though, personally, when I'm watching a stream and somebody has one of those donations and people are setting it off all the time, and it's like... For the most part, they don't startle me because I get used to them, but, like, I get agitated. Like, they're supposed to startle the streamer, not the viewers. But I also think the drowning music is funny because it's not, like, actually a jump scare. It's just... It's more traumatic, I guess. It isn't funny, but you know what I mean. Oh no, what have I done? It's fine. I don't know if Tails can even go fast enough to get some of these skips. That one was nice and quick, at least. Some of these stages have two signposts on them. I don't know if people know that. Because I think the original game keeps the camera in bounds to the point where you never see them both at the same time. And even then, you could probably figure it out. But it's a little bit more obvious in the mobile version. That was maybe a mistake, but it's fine. This stage is also very short if you know where to go. Are there achievements to do the multiple goals? Or get to a certain one? I don't think I tried this one on Retro Achievements. I should, because now I'm, like, good at it. Same with Sonic 2. Okay, none of this is working, but it's fine. Oh god, this is not fine. Hey Alexander, how's it going? Is this supposed to go up that way? I don't remember. Probably. Oh god. Oh god. Everything's bad. Ow. It's a work in progress, okay? I don't get to hear that one very often, I think because, I think YouTube, like, automatically sets most subscriptions to private, so alerts just never show up. What am I doing? Just... what? I was asking for that to happen, really. Let's be real. Ass. Double ass. Oh my god, I lost the rhythm, dude. It was going so well. There we go. Cat Right, how's it going? Thank you for the subscription. I assume that was yours that came in, but maybe it wasn't. And welcome to the stream otherwise. Alexander, hope your weekend's been going well. I hate these guys. But Tails can really circumvent them pretty quickly, so it's not too big of a deal. Oh no. Okay, it's fine, I can fly. I don't quite know exactly where I'm supposed to drop there yet. And like I said, I'm not like... This isn't a speedrun, I'm not like using it to learn the speedrun, I'm just trying to remember... Trying to keep some of the muscle memory in place, in case I decide to return to this one. Which, isn't a bad idea, because it's a pretty short one. I think Sonic 2's maybe okay, too. Despite the fact that, like, I like Sonic 3 as much as I do, it's a very long speedrun. Especially if you're not abusing glitches, which I tend to not like to do, so... This would be one a little bit... Like I said, I think I did like 3 or 4 runs and already got my time down to like 45 minutes. I hate these things. I don't think I want to go that way. I think... Oh, no. I think I want to go... this way. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Oh god. Okay. That's fair. This part's just torturous. Oh my god. Why? It's like just the right distance that you can't get the speed to... That's so terrifying. Alright, we're fine. I pressed the jump button, but okay, whatever you say. Thanks for keeping me honest, video game. Why would I do that? I panicked, that's why. Because I knew that bottom one was coming. Oh my god, I didn't even know that one was there. Oh, I was supposed to go down anyway. Just gonna iframe it, it's fine. Yeah, they're poorly animated. They only have like 2 frames of animation, so yeah, it could look like they're going either direction. This is another one of those stages that people casually probably really hate, but if you know where to go, it's like actually pretty short. Like step 1, you go that way, and then you don't fall. Get up here. Again, you don't fall until you get here, and then you fall. Wait for a quick air booble. Anytime. Thank you. I'm stupid. It's fine though. We're out. I'm bad? Okay. Yeah, you can get out of it pretty easily with Tails. For obvious reasons. I think Knuckles has like a pretty decent time of like fixing errors too, but that's also gonna be slow. I'm not trying to tell you how to go fast though, I'm just trying to tell you that the stage is kind of short if you don't, if you know where to go. All of the labyrinths are pretty short if you know where to go. I screwed it up on Act 1, but, you know, aside from that. Well played. This boss is like a slight bit easier with tails as well, because jumping between those can be deceptively difficult sometimes. I thought I was gonna get hit. I thought I was screwed. 100%. Would you stop? Got him? Okay, 1 down, 3 to go. No problem. 4, technically, if you want to count Sonic and Knuckles as its own game. I'm not going to, especially in this collection. I never do in general, but... But yeah, there are other games where conveyor belts have that problem, Theo, that I've definitely noticed before. One thing I'll give Mega Man 2 credit for is the conveyor belts have arrows on them. So you know exactly which direction it's facing. At least I think it does. Or maybe it's only the Wily Wars version that has those. I might be wrong on that, come to think of it. No. The Mega Man 2 ones do too. Thunderbird, how's it going, by the way? And Nick Gamer, how's it going? Are you the one that I already had to tell once about the aimless copy-paste trivia from Wikipedia? You can dial it back on that. Leave it to the streamer to entertain and delight with stuff like that. Especially because all of this is like shit I know already. So I'm pretty sure this is a second offense now, so it's very thin ice you're on now. Because you're basically just spamming. And you don't seem to be paying attention to the fact that I'm addressing it at all, so that's probably strike 3. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for like a minute in case you're behind on the stream or something, but... Well, I guess I'm just gonna follow them then. Oh god, I don't want to. I don't think I've ever played this in this collection aside from in the like full story mode. Okay, I think I made myself pretty clear on that, so I'm not gonna have any I'm not gonna feel bad about that. I'm like 100% certain, maybe 99% certain. This is really loud, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's the one that showed up when I was playing Sonic Triple Trouble and just started spamming trivia. He actually paid attention when I said, "Hey, knock it off," that time. Although I think he immediately left the stream after I said it, but And honestly, this is so loud I can't think, but it's a banger, so I'm just letting it go. I think they might have turned the volume up on this, actually. Wasn't it, like, too quiet in the original? There has been a patch in this game since we played it last, I guess is worth pointing out. I think, hot take, this cutscene is like half of the reason most people like Sonic CD. Alright, I was gonna say multiple things. Let me get back on track here. So I usually have a big list, like a queue. Actually, let's let the music play. For what I'm gonna use for break screen music on a monthly basis. And, that theme and the... Which version? I was gonna use that theme for next... It's on the list of a potential for next month for break screen music. They reused that theme multiple times throughout the franchise. And see, this is what I was talking about let the streamer be the one to drop the knowledge on you. So they reused that track in Sonic 2 on Game Gear for Green Hill Zone, not to be confused, or Green Hills Zone, not to be confused with Green Hill Zone. And then they use it again in Sonic Chaos for Mecha Green Hill Zone. Why? I don't know. Because they were like, this is a banger and we want to use it again, I guess. Which is fair. I think when we played through this with Sonic, I still had it on English, the English soundtrack, and I was like, this is kind of an underwhelming soundtrack, if I'm being real. Bum, 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 ba-da-bum. That's still really quiet for some unknown reason. I don't know if he has his own version of that. I've avoided playing this game as much as I can over the years because I don't like it. This is another good. Here's when it's okay to actually drop trivia, is when the streamer says, I don't know. Does anybody know this? I believe in the original version of Origins, Sonic still does it, but I think they took the voice clip out or something. I don't know if they added that back. Again, I tend to just try to avoid this game, because I find it kind of hard to look at and not very fun to play, but... And am I gonna be a little salty if Scarlet isn't here tonight for when I actually am giving it another shot? A little bit, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do think if you just play the game like Sonic 1, you'll enjoy it a lot more. If you completely ignore the time mechanics. Why is even this stage have, like, pinball elements where they're just sending me all over the place already? It's like they don't want me to have fun. Did he actually drop the same bit of Tails being added in Sonic 1 twice? I just noted. I didn't even look at the last thing he said. I just banned because I had already said, "Hey, stop." And he obviously wasn't listening, so he didn't acknowledge what I was saying at all. What's kind of interesting is he wasn't copy-pasting it, because he rewrote it. He said the same thing twice, but in different ways, anyway. I'm already giving him more attention than he deserves, so... Apparently in the original version of the game, you can cheese this boss by just, like, going all the way to the right before he drops, and then you can just be behind him. I think you can't do that in Origins, apparently. I guess that was the thing people were really upset about, because... we don't like our Sonic games janky unless they were originally janky, I guess? I don't know, Sonic fans are fucking weird, dude. Yeah, I don't necessarily hate pinball, but I'm really not good at it. Like, I could see why people would like it, let me put it that way. There's too much pinballing in these stages. There's too much just, let's put springs everywhere. I do not like the level design in this game. Again, I thought you could cancel flight. Maybe that's only a thing in Sonic 3. Yup, hate this. I hate this level design, man. It's slightly better ignoring the time travel, but, like, it's still not good. Why are there rings in the walls, man? It's so bad. I don't get it. I get it, it's... the people that really like it just for, like, the presentation and it being an imaginative game, which is fair, but it's also, like, acknowledge its flaws a little bit more. I think that's all I ask. If people who liked Sonic CD were like, I like how ambitious and imaginative it is, even though the stage design is ass, I'd be like, that's fair. But instead they're like, nah, best Sonic game ever made. Make it stop. Get me the hell out of here. I'm like 100%, again, maybe 99% certain that those rings... so there's multiple stage layouts, right? Because there's past, present, and future. I don't know if Good Future and Bad Future have different layouts as well, but there's multiple stage layouts. But there's only one ring layout, I think is what it is. So those rings are rings that you can get in the past or in the future. You just can't get them in your current layout. Not that that makes it okay. I still think that's, like, not great design, but it makes sense at least. Instead of just being, why are there rings in the walls that they never, like, fixed? They just left them there? Like, what the hell? I'm gonna accidentally time travel, so that's unfortunate. Like Scott Lang. Oops. 5 years just passed. Now I'm just in a wall, so that's fantastic. Oh my god, fuck this game, dude. I need to find more like-minded individuals who are like, yeah, Sonic CD's ass. It's like I always say, like, have fun with it. If you have fun playing the game, then by all means, like, go for it. Have fun. My issue is the confusing fun for this game is good. Like, because I think good implies that it's a well-made video game, and a well-designed video game. And this is not. Oh my god. Why are there that many springs? Like, it feels like a tech sandbox, you know what I mean? It feels like they were like, this is a testing stage for them to, like, play with physics and be like, does everything feel correct? But it's not an actual stage layout. They just put stuff everywhere so they could be like, well, we need a ramp to test, so let's just put one over here. Bye. I hate these stages, dude. Where's Scarlet? Why is she not here to see my suffering? That would at least make it okay. A little bit. Not by a whole lot, but a little bit. Yeah, I think CD is what started the concept of, like, each act should have its own version of the music. Because 2 didn't do that, right? 3 and Beyond did, but 2 didn't. I do think that's, like, a fun concept. Oh no, the Pinball Boss. God damn it. I can fly. Yo, free? You love to see it? You can see stuff with, like, flowers or anything that spins as well. Like, that, I think the flower was just supposed to be, like, wiggling. But if you ever see anything with, like, a 2-frame animation where it's spinning, it's like, well, which way is it spinning? And it's just like a downside of older video games, really. It's not too big of a criticism. It was, they had to do what they had to do, really. Just commenting on another example. I guess because I went too high, and then it... Okay. Okay, cool. There should be really be some visual indicator of what's... of what's going on there. Maybe what do I know? Okay, that's fair. Now, something I maybe don't like about the music in this particular game is that I feel like a lot of the tracks feel completely different from one another, where they don't even resemble the other versions. They're just kind of like, there's like a couple of beats here and there. I tend to prefer the way like Sonic 3 does it, where you're like, it's the same track, but just with some different variations. Whereas these, sometimes I'll be like, that's not even the same music, dude. Oh no, I'm bad. Nah, it's okay. I don't care that much. You know what's frustrating? And I'm sorry, I can't, like, untilt my brain. I'm still thinking about it, but I was actually... So, some of the Sonic games that I think we're gonna visit are actually gonna be fan games. And, I was actually thinking this morning that, like, I'm probably gonna have to put a no backseating warning up for those games, because... I'm gonna level with you. The types of viewers that Sonic games bring in seem to be pretty, I don't know, erratic. Which is unfortunate, as it is a franchise that I like a lot and wouldn't mind playing more of, but I'm kind of, like, deterred because I'm like, oh, so this is what's gonna happen when I play the games. Anyway. Hey, Riley. This is a neat concept, but it bugs me that the tile isn't moving at all. So, like, how is running on top of it causing it to move? Doesn't make sense, anyway. Sorry. Well, that was interesting, I guess. I was gonna edit the drowning music and have that at the end of it too, just for, like, peace of mind. So you'd hear the whole drowning chime, but then it would end with a... It's like, oh, okay, we're fine. Just so nobody would be too traumatized. But still, it was gonna last too fucking long, and I was like, nah. And I still tend to be a little... I want people to donate because they want to donate, not because they feel like they have to, and I feel like that's kind of, like, baiting people into doing it. Does that make sense? I'm not, like... I don't think it's underhanded to the point where I look down on people who do it. I think it's fine. It's just I don't personally want to do it. Does that make sense? Well, this was kind of free. Oh, isn't there like a phase 2, though? There is. The Bubble Boss, that's right. I still don't know what they're saying in this music, but to me it sounds like they're saying, work that sassy bitch. I don't even know what that means, but that's what it sounds like to me. Did I get hit or did somebody donate? Riley, thank you for the super chat. Work that sassy bitch. Oh my god, stop getting hit. Whatever, dude. I like this track. This is kind of fun. It's got a nice beat to it. Sad that we didn't get to hear it longer. What if I don't want the signpost? That's the thing that you don't seem to understand. This one's fun too. I think it's another reason why people love this game is because they like the soundtrack, which is fine, but I've stated before that, like, then why don't other games with excellent soundtracks get a pass? Like, why don't they like Sonic Forces then? Sonic Forces soundtrack is good. Lost World soundtrack is good. But why are those games still just considered, like, bottom tier then? See, these conveyors are slightly better because they have 3 frames of animation. That's enough where you can actually kind of tell which way they're going in. It's still a little unclear, but it's not as unclear. Theo set me off on, like, an animation commentary rampage for the rest of the night, so if anybody doesn't like it, you can take it up with him. Are you serious? Well, that was not ideal. Oh my god. Why is there no brake? Like, why can't you slow down? It's so annoying. I hate these. They're kind of, like, okay in concept, but, like, in execution, they're not very fun, I don't think. How's your weekend karting been, Riley? I like that in concept, we can say karting and have it mean Mario Kart or Monster Hunter, because you also get karted in Monster Hunter. It's even less of a good thing, though, I guess is kind of the potential issue, but still, it works. Da 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 da. Da da. I should actually think about I'm gonna have to try to remember to bring this up multiple times tonight. I mentioned, I think, on Friday that I found out that, like, so usually I take off on Wednesdays and Saturdays because I have plans. I'm not gonna have plans on Wednesday this week, so maybe I should try and do a movie night on Discord. I was talking about potentially doing that on Saturday, but I knew I wouldn't be, like, available until late, which was true. I don't think I was available to sit down and do anything until, like, 1:30, so that's a thing. Also, their hitboxes are ass. But what made me realize I don't have anything to do on Wednesday, I was actually gonna say I should try and force Riley to do some monster hunting on Wednesday night. But now I'm also like, what if movie night, though? Realistically, we could probably do both. Could just make it movies that, like, I've seen before and I want to watch again, but I don't need to, like, completely focus on them. That's if I don't get really ambitious and just decide to put in an extra stream on Wednesday. I always forget you have to initiate this one. Fucker. Work that sassy bitch, by the way. Oh my god. I feel like catch you slipping. I don't know what that means. I'm a millennial. What is... Does that mean you're like, yeah, hell yeah, Monster Hunter? Or does that mean you're like, nah, fuck that shit? I'm gonna be working my way up to rank 12,000 in Mario Kart. Or is it completely unrelated to what I was saying? That's also a valid angle. Also, like, you know, I'm gonna stop warning of the hot take because, like, my stance on this game is pretty clear. I don't think the bosses in this game are very good either. This is the stage that whenever I say I don't like this game's stage design, Scarlett's like, oh, wacky workbench. And this is not usually the one I think of, as a matter of fact. Yep, that's... I'm in a wall, so this is gonna be interesting. Okay, we seem to be okay. Ow. We are somehow fine? Blech. Do you even remember what rank you are? Or, like, what hunts you have to do next? That's what I thought, but in the context we were talking about, it didn't seem to fit. Oh, God. We? I think. Was that fun? I can't tell. Ah, oh, Rakmakataki, that's right. You're almost done. Really? I think that's the last rank you're about to be in. Oh no, what have I done? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, this is fine. Apparently. Fucker. Yeah, honestly, like, one good night, we could probably, like, not get you completely done, because you're gonna get to that point where you're gonna have to start grinding rank. But we could probably at least get you to that point where you have to start grinding rank. Hey, guy. Well, I'm playing Sonic CD, so could be better. Could be a lot worse, too, though, I guess. I could be playing, you know, Mario Maker. Then instead of trivia spam, it would just be exclamation point, play my level! Sorry. I thought that was an arrow pointing me upwards. I was wrong. Okay, fuck you. Work that sassy bitch. Don't you forget it. Tails cheats, by the way. I like how he runs out of flight energy really fast in this boss fight. It's like they knew they had to balance it in some way, or he was going to be completely broken. At least it felt like he did. Am I crazy? Anyway. You should honestly probably be rushing over there instead of being here, if I'm being honest. Or is this the one that doesn't live in Alaska? It'd make a little bit more sense that you're not immediately rushing over. And to a point, I can understand why they might not be picking up their phones, because, you know, they kind of have something going on. But I also understand why you'd be concerned that they're not picking up their phones. You know? Like, I see both sides of that, for sure. What, they, like, didn't think to say, hey, like, get in the car, there's a problem? What is wrong with your family? On one hand, if they're all over there, there's probably not that much for you to worry about. Because anything that can be done, they're probably doing. Oh, this is fun. Turn it up. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Oh my god. What is happening? Bum, bum, ba-dum. You know what's interesting? Does this game's stage design not have any bottomless pits in it? I didn't even see that down. Oh my god. Honestly, I feel like, and I'm not trying to say that, like, I don't want to hear it. Just to be clear, I'm trying to, like, offer advice. That sounds like something you need to bring up with your family, because they seem to do it to you a fucking lot. Now, judging by what you've said about them, they're probably not gonna fucking care when you say, like, hey, I have a problem. They're just gonna be like, oh, why do you have a problem? Like, just don't have a problem, forehead. Because they seem to be that clueless. But if you've never brought it up, is kind of what I'm getting at, then you should maybe think about it. Because, yeah, the amount of times they do that to you is alarming, honestly. Where the fuck am I? Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go. But like I said, on one case, if they all went over there, then I don't think there's really anything they need to inform you of. You know what I mean? They still should, but I guess I'm just trying to tell you to not worry that much. Bum bum ba da ba da bum. Da 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 da. And then, you know, if they contact you in, like, 2 hours and they're like, someone died, you should, like, really fucking let them have it, because... I'm not saying that that's gonna happen, obviously, but... That's when it really should be like, and, you didn't think to fucking tell me this immediately? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's one thing if it's, like, me, because I tend to distance myself from my family, but... You, like, put an effort in to, like, you know, care about them, so they should probably do a better job of not putting you through shit like this. Is it weird that I'm more upset that they, like, do this to you regularly than about the actual incident? Maybe not. See, don't you love that you had to hear about it from your boss? Like, what the fuck? Better than, like, having to look on Facebook and see selfies or something. I guess. Oh my god. I do not like these. Maybe I'm missing something, but, like, these things move so erratically, and in a position where, like, you can't really get, like, the room to, like, actually jump into it properly. I don't know. They don't seem very well designed to me. I guess you just have to know, like, the exact route. But they move in such an erratic fashion that that's not really a thing you can do. Right. Really? Yeah, there's like... I assume they move in a certain route. It seems like they do. I don't think it's a case of... I don't think it's random. I've played enough of the stages to know that I'm pretty sure it's on a set path. There's just no way to know that set path aside from trial and error. And, hot take, I guess? I don't think trial and error is a good way of teaching someone how to play a video game. Where the hell am I going? Am I going the right way? Or am I dying? Like, is this bad? The fucking jam, if nothing else, I guess. Wow, that Tails sprite looks really not great. Did I just go around in a circle? Was I not supposed to take that door? Yeah, I think that door is baiting me. Successfully, I might add. At least in stealth segments, you're given a chance, or stealth segments. You're given a chance to, like, observe. But in these, you're fucking timed. So you can't just, like, and you can't stop yourself from moving. So you can't, like, sit there and just observe for a minute and be like, okay, so this is the way it's going. You have to try and figure it out while you yourself are also careening out of control constantly. I beg your pardon? Could you come down low enough that I could actually hit you? And have iframes that last for more than, or have not iframes that last for more than half a second? That's not even half a second. That's significantly shorter. God. Fuck that. I always forget that this is the final boss. This game actually seems kind of short. What? Okay. How do you hit him? I'm trying to learn how to do it without just deboosting through. And a, like, fat lot of good that did me. What just happened? Get me out of here, please, so I can go play Sonic 2 and actually have fun. Never thought I'd be saying that, because I used to not like Sonic 2 very much either, but... compared to this, I'm like, come on, just... I want to go home. At least Sonic Heroes was funny. You know what I mean? I don't even think this is funny, this is just unpleasant. Yeah, it's the first bottomless pit we've seen the entire game. And this is just poorly designed. Half the time it's too high to even hit it. The other half of the time it has iframes. That went... the second one went pretty smoothly though, so... Yeah, that just doesn't do anything. There's no way that the speedrun doesn't use iframes to just damage boost through this shit. There's no way. Okay, my bad. Bad timing. I tried, I failed. I tried and I failed again. Like, to wait that long in a speedrun is asinine. Like, there's no way. And you just... I think they, like, actually made it that you can't use Tails' flight to damage this boss, because they knew that would completely trivialize it. So they just went ahead and said, no, you can't. Which, honestly, fuck you. Get out of here. Let me go home, please. I've, like... It's amusing. My opinion of that game has, like, gone in both directions at the same time. Does that make sense? To a point, I'm like, if you just ignore the time travel, it's not that bad. But also, the more I hate it, the more I play it, the more I hate it. And I'm like, nah, this game is ass. It is hilariously overrated. Realistically, though, that went faster than Sonic 1 did, I think. Like, it's not that long of a game. As long as you don't start trying to fuck around with the time travel mechanics, and then you're just gonna be like...
In the end, who's on your side? Who can you trust? You're in the middle of the night. Where will you be? If you can't find you, there's no place to go. Nothing to do, and you gotta do something.
90s rap. Yourself, by the way? Yourself. Don't get it twisted. Yourself. 90s rap. It is a bop though, don't get me wrong. This, like, the intro song and this is probably the best part of the game. Like, this is the most fun I've had in the last 50 minutes. I'm not gonna try again. That's not gonna happen. I will probably not play this game again for another... I was gonna say decade. That might be overshooting it. We're just gonna leave you here to play with your cards, I guess. Get me out of here. I need a palate cleanser stat. And now 2 games in, we're getting Tails' origin story, I guess. Yeah. I forget you can play as Knuckles and Tails too, which is kind of neat. Start a new game. I don't remember why I started playing through this with Tails at some point. I think to get one of the achievements. Oh, this is so much better, dude. Look, the stage actually, like, makes sense. It doesn't look like something that a computer threw up. Imagine that. He does. I don't know if they do. Maybe. There's a spot specifically in Sonic 3 where I can be like, hey, look, Tails is shorter because he doesn't die here. There's like this one gap I know of in Sonic. It happens a couple times in Sonic 3, but there's one particular moment I can think of where it's like a narrow... It's like a shallow tunnel, and there's a spike that pops out of the ceiling, and Tails can walk under it, but no one else can. If you're Sonic and Knuckles, they just like push against the side, and if you're under it when it pops out, it just squashes them and kills them, but Tails can just run through it safely. So, there might be some specific sequences in speedruns where they're able to use that to their advantage. realistically, I haven't seen a whole... It's kind of amazing that, like, Sonic speedrunning is not as common as you'd think it would be. You'd think that these games would be, like, one of the most popular speedruns out there, and honestly, I don't think they are. I don't know exactly why that is. I have, like, a couple of theories. One is that I think Sonic games have a tendency to be a little glitchy, and therefore the speedruns are pretty glitch-heavy. And I don't think a lot of people... I think when it comes to someone saying, I'm going to learn to speedrun, I think glitches can be a deterrent. So I think that's part of it. I think they'll see that and be like, well, I don't want to have to learn how to do that trick. I just want to, like, play the game that I like. And they tend to not have glitchless categories, which is something I strongly disagree with. I think that's part of it, and I also think due to the fact that the game's engine is very momentum-focused, it's very inconsistent at times, which is why it will often lead to really bizarre glitches. Compared to a game like Mega Man, where the engine is very consistent, the character's always going to do exactly what you think he's going to do when you press a button. Unless you're playing Mega Man 6. It makes those games much more consistent speedruns. And typically, really competitive speedrunners don't want variance. They want it to be consistent. Because they don't like fun. I'm kidding. Kind of. I feel like if you watch a speedrunner that exclusively speedruns, like, more consistent games, you kind of feel like they're... Son of a bitch. They're taking it way more seriously, right? Where if you watch somebody who speedruns, like, randomizers and roguelikes, they're having a lot more fun with it. Because they don't have that consistency, like, anchoring them down. The variables put you in a situation where you're like, I might as well just play the game to have fun because I didn't get an optimal loadout since I can't control having an optimal loadout. So I might as well at least have fun with it, right? Whereas if you're playing something super consistent, it's like, if it's not on world record pace, why even bother finishing the run? Which I have to imagine just inevitably makes things a lot less fun. Now, there are going to be some exceptions to that rule, of course. You're going to find people who do randomizers and roguelikes who get a bad loadout and immediately reset the game. But, and you're also going to find people who run the game normally and have fun doing it. But I think, despite the fact, like, with the way speedrunning works, I don't think the Sonic games necessarily make for compelling speedruns. You'd think that, oh, you can go fast, this would be a good speedrun, but there's more to it than that, I guess is what it comes down to. It's not about moving fast, it's about moving optimally. It's funny, because the meme is like, hey, why do you do it like that? Oh, because we're speedrunners and we like to go fast. It's not that they like to go fast, it's that they like to do things optimally. There's a slight difference. In a roundabout way, it's kind of the same thing, but I think the because we like to go fast just implies that if a character can move quickly, that they'll probably like to speedrun the game, and that's not true. Oh, I thought that was it. Shit. Motherfucker. Like, I do watch some runners that do this as well, and I think Twain and I have this approach, where when we speedrun something, we're going to finish the run, unless it, like, completely dies to a point where we're like 10 minutes behind, and we just game overed, and we're gonna have to redo an entire stage, and we're gonna be 15 minutes behind by the time we finish it. That's what it's like, okay, dead run. We might as well move on with our lives. But if we're like a minute and a half behind, we're like, we might as well finish the run and like continue to like practice. And also just have fun because it's a fun video game to play. Son of a bitch. I knew that was gonna happen too. Doesn't matter, it's fine. Oh. But I think for the most part, I think it's the glitches. I think especially new runners, people who say like, oh man, speedrunning's kind of cool. I would kind of like to do that, but it looks really difficult. Those types of people are going to be turned off by glitches. And they're going to be like, that makes this look significantly harder. Because then I can't just like play the game and use my fundamentals. I have to learn like all this weird tech. And I don't necessarily want to do that. And again, I think Sonic 1 has a glitchless category. I think that's it. Sonic 2 might. Sonic 3 doesn't. So you're gonna have to learn how to do all those, like, zipping through walls and stuff like that. And I think a lot of people don't like that. Ooh, wow. Side cramp. You ever get those? Where you kind of, like, breathe in and you get, like, a sudden pinch and it's just one of those cramps? It's not even an age thing. I remember having that happen when I was a fucking kid. It's annoying. And hell, there's a lot of games where I'm like, this could be fun to speedrun, and then I look at the speedrun and I'm like, oh, they use this like weird movement tech that looks really unfun to do. Anyone who's watched an Ocarina of Time speedrun is gonna know what I mean. I don't necessarily, like, want to speedrun Ocarina of Time, but it's a good example. Because you'd think that it would be like, oh, you just go here and do this. It's a matter of sequence of events, right? Of just knowing what order to do things in an optimal fashion. But then you also have movement. And you might think, oh yeah, Ocarina of Time, they're probably rolling everywhere all the time, right? Yeah. And that's like, 3 hours. It's not that, actually. It's more optimal for them to turn to the side, go into, like, lock-on mode, and strafe hop. Which is, like, even more annoying. It looks stupid. You can't see where you're going. It's just, like, why would you want to do that? Kirby and the Forgotten Land is a good example of this. Because I probably would have been down to learn that speedrun. But what's the movement like? They constantly crouch, slide, and then jump cancel out of the slide to skip the end lag, and then they land and they slide, jump, slide, jump, slide. They do that everywhere because it's slightly more optimal than just running. And it's like, it just looks annoying to do. It doesn't look fun. Now, one thing I did like about Forgotten Land is they don't just use Tornado for the entire fucking run, which I've seen other Kirby games where that's what they do. Return to Dreamland was another one that I really liked that game, so I was like, I should learn to speedrun that. They just use Tornado for the entire run, and then they just, like, Tornado through it. And I'm like, that's boring, though. That's not annoying movement so much, but, like, I'd prefer it if you get to see, like, a variety of abilities and such, you know what I mean? That's a big thing for me. If you're gonna have weird movement tech, I like to see a variety of it, at least. Where it's like, oh, on this stage we get to use this instead. Like, oh, neat. Not a big fan of the games where they're just like, we're gonna go get this really quick, and then this is all you're gonna see for 3 hours. A lot of 2D Sonic games are like what I would call spin dash launches, which I'm not a big fan of. You'd think it would just be holding right? And just like kind of just going fast. But it's not, especially Sonic 2 I've seen, where there's a lot of like, they'll stop. They'll like rev up the spin dash and then jump right after the spin dash to like send them flying. It's just that over and over again. And it's like, for me personally, that doesn't really look fun. Alright, I think there was another one back here, but I hit it already. Also, take it easy, Theo. You probably head out already, though. Yeah, and I think that's why Final Fantasy VII works for Twain, because it's a game that he just, like, legitimately enjoys. So even if the run completely goes off the rails, he's still playing a game that he really enjoys. And it's not in a way that completely trivializes the fun. That was a problem I had with Mario Galaxy speedruns, is like, I really liked that game, but the way the game was routed made it kind of unfun for me. Like, it took out a lot of what I liked about that game. So speedrunning it, even if I hit a point where I was like, well, this run is dead, it didn't continue to be fun because I was skipping most of the stuff that I think is fun. Like, they skip most of the bosses in that game because they're slow. I thought about making a, like, all bosses category or something. It would probably be a very long run, though, so I don't know if it would necessarily be any fun. And it would probably take a long time to route. Because that game is, like... It's not long, but it's long for one sitting, so... Actually, no, it's pretty long if you're gonna try and get all the stars and everything. I panicked. If you're a Sonic 2 fan, or even if you just grew up playing these games and you're looking at this going, how is he so good at these special stages? These special stages are so much easier in Origins, or in the mobile release of Sonic 2, because they're so much smoother. They don't run at 10 FPS. It's significantly easier to learn them and get good at them. I was never good at them before Origins. I was always like, these are impossible. Now I'm like, oh, these are, like, actually kind of easy. And they didn't change anything aside from update the graphics so it doesn't run at 10 FPS. Unfortunately, we're not going to sport 7 Chaos Emeralds before the end of the first zone, because you probably can do it, I just needed another checkpoint. But hey, 6 is pretty goddamn good. For me, especially. And I think that's something that interests me about speedrunning, to be honest. I don't mean it to be like the people that are doing it like super competitively or doing it wrong or anything like that. It's just I think there are ways to do it competitively, and I think there are ways to just enjoy it. And I think if you as a casual player wanted to get into speedrunning a game, I would highly recommend looking into the ways of doing it to enjoy it instead of doing it like completely competitively and optimally. If you do it like that, you're probably going to be demoralized pretty quickly because especially if it's like a really popular game. If you play like Mario World that has like thousands of people on the speedrunning leaderboards, it's probably going to take you a long time to even break into the top 1,000. And that could probably be pretty demoralizing. But if you try not to look at it like that, and I went through that, was kind of the thing. When I started speedrunning, there were a lot of games that I was like, why would I bother? I'm never going to have a time as good as like these guys. But it's like, that was looking at it the wrong way, for sure. Anyway, now's a good opportunity. I didn't want to take a break right between games. I wanted to cleanse my palate and remind myself that Sonic games are fun. And now that I've done that, I am comfortable with taking a really quick break. So we're gonna do that super quick. But I won't be long. And then we'll come back and continue actually having fun playing a good Sonic game. That's right, I said it. Let's boogie. Time to change back into comfy pajama pants and everything too. Now that it's not as hot and muggy in here as it was earlier. I stop myself from going too fast because I want to look out for a checkpoint. I think we're at the end of the stage already, though. Yeah. Act 1 Chemical Plant is probably like one of the shortest Sonic stages I've ever seen. Or at least it's one of the easiest ones to get through very quickly. Most of the other ones, especially in like Sonic 1, you kind of gotta know where you're going to get through it in like under a minute. Not really the case with Chemical Plant 1. You can just kind of go. Yeah, she reminded me, I regularly am like, I don't think I could speedrun a JRPG. I think I could, though. I just have to find the right game for it. And I did consider Koromon for it. And mostly because I think Pokemon games could be fun to speedrun, but I tend to not like how they're just like, go get the legendary and then sweep the game with the legendary. So I feel like Koromon could maybe actually be kind of fun. But I forgot to like look into the run to see like, and I'm sure there is one, because while the game only just came out on Switch, like, 2 months ago, it came out on PC, like, at the beginning of the year, so I'm sure people are speedrunning it already. I remember considering Xenoblade 3 as well, but I have to, like, actually finish that game first. I was gonna do it yesterday, or not finish it, but I was gonna play yesterday, but decided not to, because my mind was just too scattered. I had too many other things that I wanted to do, so I was like, if I do play it, I'm probably not gonna play it for very long, and then I'm gonna feel like I didn't get anything done. Should have a little bit easier time trying to figure that out, though, just because of, now I have the Monster Hunter grind done. Like, now I don't feel every night where I'm like, oh, I have to put in time on Monster Hunter because I need more rank before next week. So that'll help a lot. I am, however, thinking about doing some video recording this week. I think I mentioned on Friday that I've been kind of itching to play some Vampire Survivors, so I might go in and do that. Honestly, I'm gonna play more 20 minutes till dawn, too. I don't know if they've been getting updates. I would assume they have been, but... So I'm going to assume that he still cannot Super Tails in this game. They didn't add that in or anything. I think they did add a unique button for the super forms in this last update. That might have only been in Sonic 3 though. I don't know. That was a little scary. Oh, those little bits of it don't hurt you? I don't think I knew that. Here I thought this was a much scarier boss than it actually is. Interesting. I just commented to a friend of mine while I was on break, too, about how I'll probably not play Sonic CD again for the next, like, decade, because the more I play it, the more I'm just like, ugh. Meanwhile, the quality of life improvements in Origins have actually made me realize that Sonic 2 is good and fun, which I did not previously realize. Oh god, I'm bad. So that's neat. Like, I could probably go back and maybe I should try to make time to do this. I do need to come up with some backup content for doing all of this random Sonic stuff, because I never know when something is gonna, like, only take 4 hours, or take 8 hours, so then it's gonna take, like, a 6-hour stream and then finish in 2 hours. So I gotta have other stuff to do in case that happens. So maybe revisiting, like, the original Sonic 2 is something I could do at some point. See if I can put my newfound ability to work. That was weird and janky. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-dum, ba-dum. I guess for funsies, I could try and count, like, how many times I die in this. I don't think I've died yet. I only just started, so... And yeah, I could just plug in the Genesis Mini at some point. I think it is still plugged in, all I have to do is turn it on. I made a mistake. Or just use the emulator, I guess. There was, oh god, I'm bad. The same thing happened there, where, like, the thing that fell on me was deleted once it hit me. I don't think that happens in the originals. For whatever reason, they have a kill self trigger when they collide with you, which seems odd. I wonder if that was done for any particular reason. Well, now I've died, so... Aw. Made him unbounceable. Ass. Oh, good. You know what? I almost hate to admit it. As far as pinball stages go, Casino Night might actually not be one of the worst ones. Now that I've played it a little bit more. I mean, that one in Sonic CD was probably the worst one. That was agony. I've already forgotten what it was called. Collision Chaos. Which is a fitting name for it, I'll give it that. I hate everything. I take it back, this is the worst stage. If Sonic and Tails just met, how can they both have their pictures in Casino Night? Pictures and names in Casino Night. Do you ever miss the fact that in the 90s we didn't think about shit like that? I miss not thinking about greater lore implications of fucking everything. Whatever, we're going this way. Also, I find it interesting in the movie that Tails never, like, formally tells Sonic what his name is, like, on screen. He must tell him at some point, because he knows by the end of the movie, but he's never, like, formally introduced as Miles per Hour. He's just introduced as Tails. No, Casino Night's terrible. I hate pinball stages. Pinball stage tier list 1. Does Tails not run out of stamina when he's bouncing around? This is, what have I done? Just, yeah, now in hindsight, like, the one in CD is way worse. By a long shot. I disagree. Carnival Night is better than this. I think perhaps the best one is probably Studiopolis, because it's such a well-designed pinball stage that you don't really notice that it's supposed to be a pinball stage. I beg your pardon? What? I don't... Spring Yard's okay. Spring Yard's okay. Bum, ba-da-bum. And that one in Sonic Heroes is, like, the absolute worst. By a long shot. No matter what Riley says. Yeah, Carnival Night is, like, fine. It's probably my least favorite stage in Sonic 3, but it's, like... I don't get to it and groan. I'm just like, okay, it's just another step on the path. But what does it do differently that other stages don't? I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you. And I guess it's worth pointing out, when I say pinball stage, a lot of people might be like, it doesn't have pinball flippers, though, so it doesn't count as a pinball stage. I tend to, like, count anything that has, like, bumpers, and, like, half of the point of the stage is just to launch you around at a rate in which you're going to get overwhelmed and go, I don't know where I am right now. That's a pinball stage. Again, I'd probably say Studiopolis is, like, the best pinball stage. Because you don't even like to think of it as a pinball stage, which is hard to do better than that. Also, a lot of people hate Hilltop Zone, and I think it's fine. I don't know why. I think the music is a fucking bop. You can't hear it right now, but I think it's a fucking bop. I think Sonic Adventure gets an honorable mention because that game's pinball stage is just legitimately a pinball table. So it's still like kind of fucking janky, but I almost wouldn't consider it a pinball stage. You know what I mean? Because it's just legitimately a pinball table. There's nothing stage about it. It's just a pinball table. Do 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 bum 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 ba dum bum ba dum bum 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 ba da dum do 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 do. I don't think I could do a pinball stage tier list. I don't think there's enough of them. Because, like, the boost games don't really have pinball stages, for example. They become a bit more of, like, a precious commodity in later games. Like, Unleashed doesn't have a pinball stage. Colors doesn't have a pinball stage. Which is strange, you'd think it would. Forces did, and it was terrible. But I think that's just because it was a classic Sonic stage, was the problem there. Well played. Does he come back out of the lava? Or does he just fuck off? I think I left too quickly, so he didn't have a chance to do that, but... Casino stage in Sonic 4 was ass, but again, I think that's just because Sonic 4 was kind of assy. Alright, quick, am I going to Hidden Palace or not? We've gone to Hidden Palace every time we've played the Origins version, so I'm kind of thinking not, but it's also, like, cool, right? So... Boink. Boink. Yeah. Sonic 4 isn't great. I actually think Sonic 4 Episode 1 is, like, fun. It's not good, but it's... I think it's fun, at least, if you don't think about it too much. Episode 2 is very strange because the engine is a lot better, but I don't think the content is as good. Like, the stages aren't that great, the music isn't very good, the bosses aren't very good. But, like, the engine itself feels less janky than Episode 1's does. But it's one of those games like Mega Man 10, where you're just kind of like, this is fine, I guess, but, like, why should I care? Does that make sense? I guess I really didn't like the team-up mechanic either. You ever play a game where you're like, I feel like I should like this, but it just feels like work? That's kind of what Sonic 4 Episode 2 feels like. Like, it's not bad, but it's also like, who cares? Did I actually miss Hidden Palace? Oops, oh well. As I said, we haven't, like, seen this boss, like, on stream once, so it's fine. Well, aside from, like, way back in, like, the 2020 marathon or whenever that was, when I played the original Sonic 2. In Origins, though, I mean. Honestly, Episode 1 might be, like, a speedrunnable game, because I bet it's not long. I bet that's a short-ass speedrun. I think people criticize it for being, like, it's kind of hold right to win a little bit. Like, it's not a difficult game, but it's, like, it's fun, so I kind of, like, I have fun with it anyway. So it's kind of like, who cares? It's just funny how, like, Episode 2 just feels... it's better made. Like, production values are higher, you know? But it's like, all of the content is very just unimaginative, and who cares? Anyway. I don't think the second game had a pinball stage. The first one did, though. But then the first game was just copying Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 ad nauseum, so... Similar to, Sonic Advance. Like, that had a casino stage, but it was basically just Casino Night, wasn't it? I don't know if 3D Blast had one either. Oh, yeah, it did. It was like... it was another Spring Stadium? Is that what it was called? Stop. Thank you. The important thing to note is that the one in Sonic Heroes is the worst. Don't at me. Yo, you love to see it. Went to the Sonic Wikipedia and they have a category. Levels with a carnival/casino theme. Amazing Arena and Chaotix. Bingo Highway. Balloon Park, yeah, I guess technically. I wouldn't necessarily count it for my purposes, though. Carnival Night. Also not going to count racing. Casino Forest and Forces. Casino Paradise with Sonic Advance. Casino Street was Sonic 4. See, a lot of these are just visually, they look like that type of stage, so I don't know if I'd necessarily count them. Collision Chaos. See, some of these I look at and I'm like, I don't know if that really counts. Because some of them are just visually, but they're not really gameplay. Like, they list Rooftop Run from Generations. That doesn't really have, like, the bounce, like, mechanics. It just takes place during a carnival. That's different. Anyway. I think what it comes down to is I don't think loss of control of character is like a super fun game mechanic in any game. So any game where I'm just kind of like, please make it stop. Like, Jane, stop this crazy thing. I'm like, that's just, I hate it. Well played. That's where it gets... I didn't get far enough down the list, but I bet, like, Starlight Carnival was on there. But that's not, like... From a gameplay perspective, it's not like a casino stage. Or a carnival stage. It's just... It is, by definition, a carnival. Anyway, rambling. Hey, Casey, how's it going? We're actually making really good time, too. Maybe we will have time to pivot to Mania. I don't know, Sonic 3 is so long. That'll probably take the rest of the stream, realistically. Yeah, we probably won't have time. We're just about at the 3-hour mark. This is probably going to take another half an hour, if I had to guess. Sonic 3 will take the rest of the night, probably. I already got all the Chaos Emeralds, what the hell? Welcome back, Casey. Good to have you. I don't think I knew you could take damage from the actual, like, turret. That was me screwing up and thinking it was, we need to go jump on the boss's head time, and it wasn't. Worth pointing out, I should have done this when Theo was here, I guess, but what can you do? And I mentioned this earlier already, though, that I want to do a bunch of just kind of random Mega Man and Sonic stuff, and I haven't necessarily decided the order of which I want to do everything in. So I'm very curious to know where you guys stand on that. Like, for the rest of this week. Like, do you want to see more Sonic stuff after this? Do you want to see, should I pivot and do something Mega Man and then come back to Sonic afterwards, or fuck Sonic, it's all about Mega Man, fuck Mega Man, it's all about Sonic? Even the I can't decide, they're both great. What a fucker. No, it did inflict damage. I didn't think it was going to. Also, hey, Volpe. Same question goes to you that I was just posing to everybody else, of course. Well, not necessarily which games do I play in particular, just which character, I guess. I don't know if Battle Network has a release date other than next year. Probably early next year, if I had to guess. Probably like February. February or March is my shot in the dark. What are you supposed to do against these enemies? What a motherfucker, dude. These enemies are so designed to hit you. Like, I think that's why people hate this fucking zone, because enemies are supposed to be designed as obstacles, and these aren't designed as obstacles. They're designed as, we're going to hit you, and you're going to die. It's not great. Okay, good. I can go home now. Well, I want to play both of them is the problem. I can't make up my own mind. It's one of those situations. It's not, like, to put it bluntly, because this sounds bad, I guess. It's not a, I want to play what you guys want. It's a, I can't make up my mind. Because I have a very large... I think I have a list of, like, 12.5 Mega Man and Sonic titles that I'm like, I should play these. And I think I know which Sonic game we're gonna play first, and I think I know which Mega Man game we're gonna play first, but I can't decide which one I want to do first. You know what I mean? Which maybe I should just tell you which ones I'm gonna do first in both categories, and then... Because that might change your opinions, right? Because it might be a Sonic game where you're like, fuck yeah, I want to see that, and it might be a Mega Man game where you're like, I don't want to see that shit, fuck that. Maybe that's integral information, come to think of it. Even though I like keeping surprises, because surprises are fun. Yikes, that was close. Boing. Motherfucker. Like, they're so carefully placed. It's so agitating. Boing. Do the blue one! That's... okay, that's fair. With the exception of... I think I want to play Knuckles Chaotix at some point, but I don't know how long that game is. So that might be saved for what we were talking about earlier. It might be saved for an end of stream kind of thing, where I'm like, oh, I finished the game before I thought I would. We need something else to play. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, the blue one with the robots. Thanks, Volpe. And the mad scientist villain guy? The retro one. Fucking... Hey, Mike. I don't know. I want to say not. I know for a fact that some of the, like, speedrun tricks in Sonic 1 don't really work in this version. I think the big thing they fixed is, Tails doesn't get stuck off screen when he's following you anymore. Like, I think they fixed that. That was, like, the big one that most people were aware of. I think most of the other glitches were things that, like, a lot of people didn't even really see. You're such a cocksucker. It's just... Jesus. That was pretty clutch. And Mike, I posed the same question to you that I was just posing to everybody else, and that's... I want to do some Mega Man stuff, and I want to do some Sonic stuff, and I can't decide which one to do first. Well, technically, if I was gonna play, like, Mega Man 9 or 10, I could play as Proto Man, but that's, no, not gonna be a thing. Can confirm. As much as Scarlet wants to see me do, like, a Proto Man easy mode playthrough. But guess what? She wasn't here when I played Sonic CD, so it's not gonna happen. Well, that sucks. Was it already really unlikely to happen? Yes, but shut up. I'm gonna hold a grudge, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Also, hello name that I could not possibly pronounce, and I'm not going to attempt it because I'm going to screw it up. But welcome to the stream all the same. It's good to have you. Ow. I know it's Russian, Volpe. I don't speak Russian, though. That's the thing. You're an ass. Fucking enemies, dude. Yeah, that's what Volpe was doing. Do the blue one with the robots and the mad scientist guy that was released in the 90s. He did just throw those through the floor. Yeah, those enemies are bullshit. They are just bullshit. Like I said, I think that's why everybody hates this stage. It's not the stage itself, it's just the enemies are just absolute fucking nonsense. They're just set up in a way where it's like, you're going to take damage. Case in point. Projectiles chase you, it's all a bad time. There were Mega Man games that came out in the 90s, though. I didn't say originated in the 90s, I just said came out in the 90s. Mega Man 3 and on were all 90s. You motherfucker. Good, now I don't have any rings. That's a good feeling. Oh good, he already is armless, because he could have fucked me. Without hesitation. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum, bum. So anyway, I said something about just saying which games they were to see if that would adjust your opinions. The Sonic one I'm planning on playing next is a fan game, and I kind of forget what it's called. It's... Is it Sonic and the Fallen Star, I think is what it's called? I was gonna say Shooting Star, but that's fucking... That's Mega Man Star Force. Yeah, that's what we're gonna play. Sonic Operations Shooting Star. There we go. And then I think we're gonna play Mega Man Legends. Because I haven't played the... So I mentioned on Friday, I think, that, like, when we did the last Mega Man Marathon, which was, like, 2018, how I decided on which games to play were basically which games are legitimately available for purchase. And if it was emulators, I was like, we're not gonna do that. Now I'm thinking... A lot of the games are, like, not gonna get re-released for a really long time, probably, because Battle Network's only coming out next year. So if they're gonna do any of the other games, it's probably gonna be at least, like, 2 years out. So I might as well just play them. Which puts stuff like the Legends, if you want to call it a trilogy. I'm counting it as a trilogy. Which means that puts that back on the table. And I haven't played those in like 15 years, so I think that's the next Mega Man thing we're gonna do. And yeah, like I said, I think the next Sonic game is gonna be that fan game. I've also teased wanting to play both of the RPGs, Command Mission and Sonic Chronicles. I don't want to commit to an RPG just yet, so... I think I'm gonna do some of the other stuff first. I thought I was gonna be able to sneak under him. I could not. Oh my god. What a torturous auto-scroller. Trying to look at chat. And it's punishing me. Can you actually, like, collide with any parts of the ship? It doesn't look like it. That propeller ignored me. That's one thing I'm always, like, afraid of, but I don't know if it actually will hit you. I don't know. I've been trying not to look at too much Frontiers information. I feel like I've already seen too much. I think that's what they're going for, but the ship isn't, like, smaller. That's just legitimately the stage layout that's flying by you. See, yeah, so I think that's supposed to be Sonic's plane. I always assumed that it was Tails' plane, but I don't think it is. I always think those flames are gonna, like, damage me, too, and I don't think those have hitboxes either. If they do, they're, like, not as large as they look like they'd be. I skipped a lot of stage, by the way. That's not even speed tech, that's just damage boosting. You too can do that at home. It's easy. I think it's funny that they're just like, we're just gonna trust you to not damage boost through these propellers, okay? Just don't do it. You're not supposed to, so just don't, okay? Good? We trusting each other? Alright. Why did he write Sonic's name on it? Because he's a huge Sonic fan. Or he made it for Sonic, I don't know. I never thought about it. I'd say they should have had a moment at the end of the movie where they spray paint Sonic's name on it. Or the Tails logo, but then, like, the plane got destroyed, so never mind. No, it's still Sonic. I'm under the impression that Tails doesn't make his own plane until Adventure. I think maybe I was just always incorrectly assuming that they were the same plane, and one just got upgraded. But I don't think that's the case. Damage boost through your hallway when you get ready for work. There's a lot of shit on the floor. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he does say that in Adventure, but then... I'm bad. They make it clear that they have two different planes at that point. I guess I just assumed that they... I don't know. I don't know what I assumed, to be honest. Maybe it was just something I never thought of. I'm really bad, by the way. Fuck one-hit kill boss marathons. Yeah, he says that in Adventure. I don't remember why, but he does. Why did it let go of the spin dash? What the fuck? Can I not hold it there anymore? Did they nerf that? Or is that a fluke? We're gonna try it again and assume it was a fluke. Did they nerf that shit? Anyway. I think my muscle memory is just derping. Don't mind me. Hi, Scarlet. Yes, you were very late. Why am I so bad? Not so late that you missed me being bad at this final boss, though. So apparently I still have a very real risk of game overing here if I were to play the original version. I tried to stop and spin dash, and it didn't work.
I made a mistake. Oh my god. Now he's gonna jump over me, right? Yes. He broke his pattern, dude. It's an easy pattern until he breaks it, because he's an asshole. I'm just bad and impatient, is the thing. I tried to get a double hit, because I'm impatient and bad. I thought I was dead, for sure. I got spooked because I thought his health might be low enough that he was going to choose to jump instead. You know what this fight needs? Rings? Because yes. I could also argue it doesn't need anything because it's not Sonic CD, so it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. They decided that that creepy-ass Tails doll was enough, I guess. And yes, sorry, Scarlet, I said that that's probably the last time I'll play Sonic CD for the next, like, decade, if I had to guess. Because the more I play it, the more thoroughly unimpressed I am with it. The good news is it's made me realize that Sonic 2 is, like, good and fun. Because it's not Sonic CD. At least they've finally, after 20 years, figured out how to fight this fucking boss. It's not fast by any stretch of the imagination, but it's safe. Tails Doll's a real thing, yes. Is a playable character in Sonic R, and it's also in Sonic Adventure as a, like, target dummy for, Gamma. And then that's about it. I don't think we've really seen it since then. Probably because it's super fucking unsettling. If only there was someone else with streaming capabilities that could play Sonic CD to show us all that how it's fun. I don't know who would fit the bill though. Why was there a Tails doll? I don't know, man. I don't think anybody knows.
I mean, Yuji Naka probably knows. If only there was someone who would watch that. Are you kidding me? Every time I stream a Sonic game, there's a new kid I have to ban because they don't know how to act in a social setting. Like, they're everywhere. Good enough actor could convince you that getting a kick in the nuts is enjoyable. That doesn't make it true. I didn't think that statement was that funny at first, and then I realized that you're talking about Sonic CD, and it became very funny. I mean, it's playable. I wouldn't say it's unplayable.
I think I have said that before, but I'm not saying it now. I just don't think it's enjoyable. It's unenjoyable.
There's a difference. Tails is playable in Sonic R, yeah. Yeah, you too, that guy. He knows. He knows why there's a Tails doll. It's weird, the more I play Sonic CD, the more I like it. I talked about this after I finished it. It's like my opinion goes in both ways at the same time. The more I play it, the more I like get it, because I'm like, if you just ignore the time travel mechanics, it's actually like fun, and just play it like Sonic 1. It's like actually kind of fun. But then I also am like, this game's ass. The soundtrack is just really good. Which is fine. I just wish people would also be like, hey, Sonic Forces has an awesome soundtrack, therefore it is a good game, even though that's not true.
I like the fast version of Casino Night. It's so PTSD that I had to like really dig to remember the name of the zone, because my brain was trying to protect me from it. Bum 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, because the special stages are ass. So yeah, I see what they were doing. It just really fell short. I think it's semi-similar to, like, Sonic Adventure, where I don't think people like Sonic Adventure because it's a good, well-made game, because it isn't. They like it because it's ambitious and imaginative, and has a lot of interesting ideas in it. And they think, if this game was good, man, would it be good. And to a point, I can respect that. My issue is that people confuse the two ideas, and they think, because I think this has a lot of potential, I'm going to act like it's a good game. I guess Tails just never gets ambushed by Knuckles. That's fine, I guess. And he didn't in the original either, so it's fine. Bum, 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 bum. No, the one in CD's Collision Chaos. That one I will remember because that's actually like a good zone name for a stage like that. Be like naming your casino stage Impending Anxiety Zone. Like, yeah, that's fitting. Makes it easy to remember. I was going very fast. This one. Theo's not here anymore, so it doesn't matter. We were talking about this earlier. Tails has a slightly shorter hitbox than the other characters, so he can fit through some areas that they can't. Sonic and Knuckles will just... They'll either push against this, or if it pops out when they're below it, they just die, because they get squashed. We're talking about, like, do speedrunners use that to their advantage at any point in the runs? I don't know the answer to that, but I still felt the need to point it out. Now I have that logic thread is closed in my brain, and I can stop running it. For the past 3 hours, my brain has been going, you know, if Angel Island Zone Act 2 equals true, then set hitbox explanation to true. If hitbox explanation true, you get what I'm going for. Unless you are not familiar with coding at all, and you're like, what the fuck are you saying? You're speaking in tongues. Oh yeah, I guess it would have had to technically be if Angel Island Act 2 equals true, and tails equals playable. Otherwise, I could have accidentally triggered it with the wrong character. Dun, dun. Bum, 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 ba, bo, do, dum. Oh. Ba, da, dum, bum, bo, da, ba, ba, bum. Otherwise, if fire shield equals true, do nothing. Get a loaf of bread if they have eggs. Get a dozen, so I came home with 12 loaves of bread. Yeah, you gotta be careful with your sequence of events there. It's very easy to get that shit screwed up. If rings are greater than or equal to 100, increment life count by 1. Hey, wait, why am I getting infinite extra lives? Yeah, you have to be careful with that stuff. Like I was saying earlier, I think like only Theo and Riley and maybe Guy were here when I was talking about this, but it's really interesting because learning like the programming logic flow makes you rethink like everything. It's such a unique way of thinking. Bum, 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 bum. Sonic R is another good example of, like, I like what it's trying to do, but holy moly is that game janky as fuck. It has not aged well at all. But I respect what it was trying to do. Sorry, I'm behind on chat and doing a very poor job of catching up. Jet, how's it going, by the way? I'll at least get that out of the way before it gets lost in my processes and I keep forgetting about it, like I did for just like 3 minutes. Whoa. And I like mostly agree. I think Sonic Heroes is ass for sure. I don't necessarily think the Shadow game is very good either, but Heroes is, like, probably the bottom of the barrel, like, for sure. Now, I read an interesting interview the other day, which I think it was Yuji Naka, it might have been somebody else, but apparently at the end of that game's development, like, one of the other, like, level designers got, like, really sick, and they only had 2 level designers, so the one guy that was left had to do it all himself under, like, tremendous crunch, and he, like, worked himself sick, and I was like, oh, so the game has a reason for it being bad. Like, it's still bad, that doesn't make up for the fact that it's horrible, but, like, at least I understand why it turned out the way it did. And realistically, Heroes is the same as Adventure and Sonic R, where it's like, I can see that there was, like, some imaginative and interesting and ambitious ideas at play, and it just wasn't very well made. So I can understand why people would like it. People just have to stop confusing I like it and I'm having fun with it is objectively a good video game. Because they're different things. I'm kind of hoping that a lot of people that don't even have much interest in game design are going to start watching Sakurai's new YouTube channel, and they're going to start to understand game design a little bit better. I think the gaming community as a whole will just be better if people just, like, think about it more. And, like, understand it more than I like it, therefore it's Game of the Year. '06 is way better than Heroes 2. I think '06 and Shadow have a similar issue where the storyline is ass. Because it takes itself way too seriously and is, like, cringingly edgy. But it's kind of like, the gameplay is probably better. Now, it's been, like, probably 10 years since I've played '06. I would like to have an opportunity to replay it if it was made available to me. But for sure, '06's biggest irredeemable feature is that its storyline is ass. See, I think you're missing the point, though. Edgy isn't supposed to be funny. If Edgy Shadow is funny, they failed. Because it's not supposed to be funny. You can like it and think it's funny for that reason, but that's not a reason for why the game would be better. On that note, Sonic 06 is basically the best Sonic game ever made because it's hilarious how stupid the story is. But that's not how things work. That'd be like people liking Sonic 06 because he kisses a human girl. Because it's funny and cringy. It's like, yeah, but that's... No. I guess that's not a yeah, but that's a no. Fuck off. Stop. Go away. Can you not kill the little ones when the big ones die? I don't think I knew that. Favorite game for, like, fucking almost 30 years, and I'm still learning new things about it. You love to see it. I'll just be up here. Don't mind me. Something that needs to be talked about more, and I think we've talked about this, Mike. I like how the first Sonic movie hits the same notes as Sonic 06, but does it significantly better. They still use his connection to, like, friends and other people to make him stronger, but without being like, hey, what if he kisses Lacey Chabert? Like, they do it in a way that's actually really good. And I guess the second movie does it too, technically, but... I think the first one sticks out a little bit more because there were only other human characters, so... No, Volpe, but it's just, like... the power... honestly, it sounds really cheesy in concept, but it's basically like the whole power of friendship thing. But that's, like, a core part of his character, so... And I think that's what they were going for in 06, they just fucked it. Like, they just fucked it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Frontiers. I'm starting to get to a point where I'm starting to avoid looking at footage, because I don't want to know. I think I already know too much about it. Do I think it's going to be good? Not necessarily, but I do think it looks fun. I think it will be a fun time. Keep trying to find time to, like, really look at chat, but there's no downtime in these games, which is a good thing, but... What am I doing? I'm gonna go this way first. I guess it doesn't matter. If anything, I didn't really like how in the second movie, they, like, reused the same plot beat of, like, his family being there for him is, like, what triggers everything and makes him stronger. But that's, like, kind of the only reason they're there. They didn't need to be there otherwise, but they were like, well, this is, we have to hit the same note from the first movie, which is kind of like, eh. It's still really good, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it clicked as powerfully. Can't say too much about the second movie because Scarlett still hasn't seen it, because every time I'm like, hey Scarlett, let's watch the second movie, she's like, fuck you, we're not friends. That's an obvious exaggeration. I guess the second movie is slightly different because that's when he starts to actually look at them as family instead of friends. In the first movie, it's just kind of friends. So I guess it's slightly different. Bum ba dum bum ba da 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 da. I have a shield, right? I'm gonna take the opportunity to catch up on chat a little bit. It's the only reason you'd put an edgy character in a story is comedy. As a main character, though... Probably bad that you think the movie Sonic's written better than most of the games. I mean, he is. I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's agreed upon in, I didn't want to do that. I would say in Sonic Colors, Sonic is written okay. He's just the right amount of snarky. And in Generations, I think he's also okay. But then in Lost World, it goes completely off the rails. And you're like, now you're just an annoying prick to basically everyone around you. And then in Forces, he's not really written. He's just kind of there. Because it's kind of not his story, I guess. He's just that cool kid that, like, you want to be friends with. And I guess he serves his role just fine there. There's other crimes with Sonic Forces, mainly Tails. If anything, that's the impressive thing, is Tails is written perfectly in the movie. And in the games, Tails is written like shit now. Like, he's real bad. He's in serious need of some redemption. Yeah, they did change writers with Frontiers, right? They were using the same writers, like, I think since Colors? And I think with Colors, they got lucky. Like, Colors' story is fine. It's like, kind of basic, but it functions. It doesn't have any major flaws where you're like, wait, what the fuck? These characters wouldn't act like this. It all makes sense. And then it's like, and even Generations was fine. I think Generations' storyline was fine. It was Lost World and Forces where it starts to get questionable. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they handle Shadow in the movie for sure. And again, I think Mike and I have talked about this already, where it's like, because Sonic kind of approaches Knuckles in the second movie as like, we'll solve this with friendship, you just need a friend. And that's not gonna work with Shadow. So it's gonna be a problem that, like, Shadow's broken on a level that Sonic doesn't understand. So it's gonna be interesting. So he's basically Aaron Hansen's Sonic. What, in, like, Lost World? Yeah. Yeah, he's just that parody of, whatever, go fuck yourself. Like, it's just, there's nothing to him. He's 110% snark and annoying. Yeah, I think everything you're saying about Shadow, Mike, is accurate. It's amazing because, like, basically as long as they stick to Sonic Adventure 2, Shadow will be incredible. Because Shadow's an excellent character in Sonic Adventure 2. It was when they didn't have the balls to let him die that he became the worst character. Like, everything they do to him in, like, Heroes and onward is, like, nonsensical. And it's just bad. In Adventure 2, he's fantastic, though. He has reasons for being, like, the way he is. He has a redemption arc. He's very well written in Adventure 2. Only problem with Colors is Sonic's constant jokes that just don't seem to fit the feel of the moment. Yeah, but they play off of that. Like when Tails catches him, like, smack talking a dead robot and makes fun of him for it. So I think it works because they don't act like it's complete. They don't act like it's normal. Even in universe, they're like, "What the hell are you doing?" The sad thing is I feel like Lost World could have been really good, and then it's like they backed down eventually. It was like for a moment they were like they actually had some deep character depth and progression going with Sonic and Tails in particular, but then they just like dropped it all at the end, and they were like, never mind, everything's fine now. Too busy going fast to actually develop characters. Chili dogs. Like, yeah, exactly. Also, Pog it up, they fixed the ceiling. Or lack thereof. Or no, because there was one and there shouldn't have been, so they fixed... Whatever, you get what I mean. In general, and I think this is what you're getting at, Casey, is ever since Colors, more or less, I guess Unleashed did it a little bit too, they kind of treat Tails like he's, like, only a gadget man now. And, I don't know, maybe that works. They even go with that in the movies, where he's like, I'm not a field guy, like... That's not what I do. But he is capable of doing that, and it's like the games have forgotten that. And especially Forces, they treat Tails like he's completely helpless when Sonic is out of the equation. He's just a mopey bitch in Sonic Forces. You gotta feel for, like, classic Sonic, because he shows up on the scene, and he has to put up with that shit. He's out there doing his best, and Tails is just like, Sigh! I miss Sonic. Oh, sorry, Sonic. I meant other Sonic. Like, you gotta feel bad for him. Good job, Sonic, I guess. I mean, it was almost as good as what my Sonic would have done. It's a start. I have to wonder, though, should we be blaming Classic Sonic for that? Is Classic Sonic's inclusion the reason they wrote this, like, shitty character arc for Tails in the first place? Was that a part of the original game? Or were they like, well, Sega's saying we gotta put Classic Sonic in again, so we gotta have a reason for him to be here? Now I'm curious. It's a sewer level? Is that what hydrosity means? And the problem with Tails is a problem I have with Amy, too, all things considered. They tend to treat Amy like all she's there for is to be a girl character. When it's like... That was one of my favorite things about Sonic Boom, is they actually, like... I don't know, gave her something to do. And was like, hey, here, you have a giant hammer, why don't you just go be a badass for a little while? Whereas the other games are like, hammer? What hammer? She's a girl. That's her character, isn't it? That she's a girl? Also, Triple S, how's it going? I was stun locked by a conversation for a minute. I really, it's such a strange, like, thing to say, perhaps, but I like analyzing what is bad about certain Sonic games, because I feel like the average opinion of what Sonic games are good and bad is, like, very diluted. People have opinions of, like, which games are good and bad, but they tend to be very simplistic opinions. So talking about, like, what does make this game bad is just a very interesting concept to me. Because, yeah, people shit on Sonic Forces for being, like, one of the worst Sonic games ever made. I have fun with it. Would I say it's good? No. But I still reality check myself by looking at it and saying, okay, what could be done better about this game? What would take it from, I think this is fun, to, I think most people would find it fun? Now, part of that is that I don't think people give it a chance, which is, like, kind of on them. There's not a whole lot you can do to fix that. I think if more people gave it a chance, they would probably like it more than they expect. You can't cancel flight here either. I thought you could cancel flight in this game. Am I thinking of Triple Trouble 16-bit? Maybe that's the one where you could cancel flight. And they did, in fact, add a separate button for Super. Can't cancel it still, which is, oh god, why didn't that work? Which is a little unfortunate, but... Oh, not these fucking things. I hate this part of the stage. Not only did Tails go into hiding, but while everybody else was fighting, he was just like, oh, poor me, Sonic's not here anymore. And it just didn't come off as, like, compelling in any way. Like, I don't know. Even the actor didn't sell it. It was very flimsy. I'm okay with Classic Sonic appearing again, it just has to be better written than it was in Forces. And him being there in Forces was fine, it's just that the gameplay of him in Forces was not fine. If the gameplay is good, and I honestly don't care about the storyline reasoning, if the gameplay's good, bring it on, is the way I look at it. And that's one thing that I'll absolutely admit. I like Forces, but the classic stages are not good. Wait, who are you talking about, Mike? Someone who can turn invisible? I actually don't know who you're talking about. Might like Forces more if Sonic wasn't immediately found alive again in the very next cutscene. Yeah, they don't give it time to soak in. for lack of a better way of putting it, because I know a lot of people are gonna, like, hate this comparison, because you hear it all the fucking time, but it was well done, so you're gonna have to fucking deal with it. They didn't pull an Infinity War. Infinity War and Endgame made those deaths real. There were real consequences there. They weren't just like, oh, and then we fixed it. As if it never happened. They let it be real, and they let it affect the characters in very real ways. And the audience. Like, it actually got us to a point where we were like, are these characters actually gonna live? Like, we weren't sure for a while. Imagine voicing Tails for so many years and then being told to voice your character's butchering. That's fair. That wasn't Colleen, right? I don't think she is the current actress. Or is she? Because she was excellent in the movie, so you know she can act. Bitch. He's not even, it wasn't even I'm not Tails, I'm Sonic's friend. It was I'm Sonic's sidekick. It was even worse than that. Yeah, every Marvel project since has been dealing with the aftermath. It's a very permanent consequence that they have to deal with in that world. Meanwhile, instead of actually killing Sonic, Eggman just put him in prison with a copy of one of his dumbest henchmen. It's like, what were you thinking? At least put Metal Sonic on him. Like, come on. And then he didn't give Chaos anything to do at all, which is fucked up. I still hope that Chaos is, like, the final threat in Sonic 3. That, like, they go up to the Ark and everything, but instead of Bio-Lizard, they use Chaos instead. Because I think Chaos would be a more interesting entity to see on screen. I think that should be their opportunity to do Chaos. Oh, Amy could turn invisible in 06? I don't remember that. Like I said earlier, it's been like probably 10, 15 years since I played. Well, not 15, because that's... The game's only like 15 years old, isn't it? At least 10 years. And I only played through it once because I gameflied it, so it was... I played it and then... you know, moved on and did something else. I mostly played it just to be like, is it really that bad? You know what I remember being the worst part about Sonic 06, aside from the storyline being garbage? Is that the game has one of those finale stages that's way too long for its own fucking good. But I can't hold it against it, because so does Sonic Adventure. Like, or Sonic Adventure 2, rather. Adventure 2 has that finale stage that's way too long and punishing for its own fucking good. So it's not even an exclusive problem to 06. Fuck that boss. Let's see how his appearance would make sense story-wise. In, like, future games? When time travel and dimension hopping is concerned, like, anything is possible. It's pretty easy to just make something up. Because as far as time travel in particular goes, you're making your own rules, so people can't tell you that you're doing it wrong. Be like, that doesn't make sense. It's like, shut the fuck up, I wrote it. They can do whatever they want. As far as, Forces stating that he's from another dimension instead of being from the past, I mean, he is. Because I would assume the timeline has split now. And that his version is playing out slightly differently than the Sonic we know. So that's what happened. Did you watch Avengers Endgame? Like, when you go back in time and change something, the timeline splits. So he is from his own dimension now. If he went back, Sonic Mania happened, and then he came forward to Forces again, he's on his own path. So it is technically a new dimension at this point. Which you could probably explain as happening because now he knows how to boost or something, so things play out like slightly different. Yeah, it's a different resolution. It's gotta be. Are we assuming that... I guess it would be that Mania happens instead of Sonic 3, maybe? Because the games start the same way, right? So maybe it's supposed to, when they get to Angel Island, this is what happens instead? I don't know, but once the timeline splits, it becomes a new dimension, more or less. So they're not incorrect saying he's from a different dimension. Do you think the Mania dimension version of Tails was just crying himself to sleep while Sonic was gone too? He was just pouting? I hate everything. Bum ba da bum 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 bum. Oh, were you thinking of Symphony of the Night, Volpe? We were talking about gameplay last week, I think. I think it still exists. I used it a lot, like, 10 to 15 years ago, just because I was an unemployed person in their 20s, and I didn't have money. I hate everything. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Okay, we're fine. That was agony, but... Mania happens instead of Sonic 4. That probably makes a hell of a lot more sense, because they probably want us to forget about 4. And I've always assumed that in Generations he's taken from the point between Sonic 2 and 3. Due to the fact that Tails is there but there's no classic Knuckles. Tells me that they hadn't met him yet, maybe? Realistically, it's probably because lazy development, they didn't want to make another model for Knuckles, but... And honestly, by the time they hit Sonic 3, they start to look like their modern versions a little bit anyways, so... Only Sonic 06 has glitches in it. Reminder. It's a crime that Sonic 06 was made because that game is glitchy. It's the only Sonic game that has glitches. Certainly not the original trilogy. And if you're thinking, oh, that only happened because it's Sonic Origins and not the original game, shut the fuck up. You know full well that shit happens in the Genesis versions, too. See if I can avoid having that happen again. Okay, good. I didn't die that time. This is what I was talking about earlier with programming. My latest work in progress hot take is that platformers are like the hardest things to code because you have to do some real big brain math to figure out how to make physics work. And I think that's why the games malfunction so often, because they're doing a lot of shit. You're moving really fast and they're detecting a lot of shit at once. Like, naturally, it's gonna mess up sometimes. Anyway. I'm guessing when I got oh no, I think Mike's what the fuck was that was when I died on the mini-boss, right? It squashed me, I think. It's the only explanation of classic Sonic and Forces you've ever heard that actually makes sense. What are other people explaining? How else could you explain it? He shows up in the same fucking portal he disappears in the end of Mania. Like... What other explanations are people... Who are these people you're listening to? Because they are clearly not paying attention. Well, if they met Knuckles in Mania under different circumstances. And Eggman didn't trick him yet. But no, I think Mike is correct. It probably takes place after 3 and before 4. And then 4 probably just never happens. Only happens because it's a Sega game? Yikes. Volpe really coming in with the hot takes. People like to criticize storytelling when there's too much exposition and narration. Show, don't tell. Yeah, but then they, like, misinterpret shit. Because someone didn't explain it in plain English. And then they get mad when they're told they're wrong. Here's looking at you, Splatoon 3 character, Shiver. And the dumbass Splatoon community. That's what happens when you tell a story visually rather than explaining every detail to people. Yeah, exactly. People misinterpret shit. Everyone's talking about Shiver, nobody's talking about Fry. Is that the other one? that was going for Pearl's huge forehead record. I actually forgot what the other one's name was. Because I just haven't been paying attention. The only reason I know the name of the other one is because people wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. Hot take incoming? This song actually slaps. Her name's Fry. That's a bad name. Like, I guess Shiver and Fry. Okay, I get it. Couldn't they have named her like Sizzle or something? But you're right, nobody's really talking about her. Why? Because the community didn't invent a fucking headcanon and then get mad when Nintendo was like, nah, no, that's not it. I just spoke too much, but many people are confused over the ending of Xenoblade Chronicles 3, even though it's very clear what happened. People are stupid. I learned that through, actually watching people analyze the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because there's so many things that they analyze, and I'm just like, are you stupid? Were you not paying attention? Like, they explained that. One of my favorite ones was, like, I think it was after Infinity War, but before Endgame came out. Where people were like... People love to just make speculation articles that, like, don't talk about anything. And one of the ones that really made me flip out was one that was like, here's why Thanos waited this many years to launch his attack. And their reasoning was that because Odin, the Ancient One, and Ego were all dead. And those were the only ones that could have gotten in his way. And that's what he was waiting for. And I was like, are you fucking stupid? He waited because he didn't know where the Soul Stone was. And at the end of Guardians 2, Nebula gets a ship and goes to kill Thanos. He captures her, reads her all of her memory banks, and finds out that Gamora knows where the Soul Stone is. Bam! He knows where the Soul Stone is. He can launch his attack. They explained that shit. And people were still like, here's why he waited. And it's like, what is wrong with you? They kind of explained it in, like, plain English. Now, I think part of it is, like Mike said, they kind of showed it instead of telling. They didn't explicitly say, now that I know where the Soul Stone is, thanks to your idiot sister coming to try and kill me. It was just like, oh yeah, I have your sister, and like, oh look, she has this recording where you admit to knowing where the Soul Stone is. They don't explain how she got captured, you gotta kind of read between the lines. Which is where it falls apart. People didn't have it explained in plain English, so they were like, now we have to speculate and theorize over this shit. It's like, no you don't. It was written out in like, basically plain English. And a lot of them would probably be like, well, I didn't watch Guardians 2. Well, that's your fault. Like, stop trying to analyze things without all of the information. You don't get the upset over Shiver? Because people are fucking dumb. They convinced themselves, like, okay, so this is, like, kind of a controversial topic, so I apologize for going there, because some people might not want to really hear about this. But for those that don't know about the controversy, basically what happened is that the Splatoon community decided that Shiver, one of the new, you know how every Splatoon game has, like, the songstress duo? Well, the new set of them in 3, the one character is Shiver, and they decided that that character is non-binary. Identifies as non-binary. They decided it. Nintendo didn't say that she identifies as non-binary. The community just decided. Why did they decide? Pause for effect. Because literally she wears the same colors as the non-binary flag. That was their concrete reasoning for why they thought this character was identified as non-binary. You're all a bunch of fucking idiots. It's a sequence of fucking colors. Are you actually stupid? So anyway, Nintendo eventually came out and said, no, she identifies as female. And now everyone was like, but. And it's like, are you dumb? First of all, worst reasoning I've ever heard, and people do that shit all the time. People love to do that shit. Whoa! That character's color scheme has 3 of the 5 colors on insert flag here. They must identify that way. It's the dumbest fucking logic. It's so dumb. And then they get mad when the company's like, no, you're wrong. Now, it gets worse. And Mike's gonna get me on this one. Or he might tell me I have it wrong. But I don't think I have it wrong. I understand that people, like, want representation, right? That's what it comes down to. People saw a character that they're like, hey, that character's like me. Or, hey, that character's like this friend I have that feels like they don't get enough representation. And that's cool. That's cool that they have a character. I understand that. I get it. I completely understand it. But then why the fuck isn't anybody talking about the character in Xenoblade 3 that is 100% non-binary? That is specifically referred to as they in the entire game that I've seen so far. Why has nobody talked about that? You latch onto this character in Splatoon, make up a headcanon, and then get upset when they tell you you're wrong. Why aren't you paying attention to the characters who are actually designed to be like that? That's, like, hypocritical. How do you do that? If you really wanted the representation, you'd be looking for the ones that actually do exist, and be like, oh, cool. Here's an example of a character existing. Juniper. I'm fairly confident Juniper's non-binary. Which is, on one hand, difficult to tell for sure, because the game doesn't treat it like it's unusual. Which is, like, a tricky thing, right? How do you know for sure if the game doesn't stop and tell you, oh, no, I don't go by she, I go by they? But you don't want to have a moment like that because that's not a good way of portraying that character. You want it to be natural and just let them exist. And that's what that character does. See, that was the other thing I found interesting, is that Kite was like, whoa. That person. But even he refers to them as they. Every time. But yeah, I can see why you wouldn't have picked up on it because of that. But even then, there's, like, actual evidence there, and people are just like, what, because it's not in Splatoon, it doesn't fucking count? Like, come on. It reminds me of that bullshit that when people were campaigning for, in Frozen 2, they should give Elsa a girlfriend, and it's like, why? Why? There are gay characters that exist. You just want to see one in one of the most mainstream franchises out there? so it's forced in people's faces. Like, that's... No. That's not what you should be gunning for, I don't think. Again, I understand why people would want the representation. I understand that. I didn't used to understand it, but I've come to understand it. But I think forcing it into things just because everyone knows who Elsa is, so if we make her gay, then the world is just forced to acknowledge it, that's dumb. That's dumb. And I feel like that's what Shiver was, where they were just like, we've decided that this character is not... Bitch, it's not your decision to make. You didn't make the character. Well played. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, the whole Shiver thing was really fucking stupid. And I was like, yeah, it's pretty typical Splatoon community. Pretty typical Nintendo community, if I'm being honest. I mean, I don't miss that, Triple S. I have no problem with people identifying however they choose to identify. The only ones I take an issue with are when people are like, I'm going to literally make up my own right now. There's 3 J's in it and an X. You don't even know how to pronounce it, but this is how I identify. That I have a bit of a problem with, but otherwise I'm like, if that's how people identify, more power to them, really. The other thing I guess I have an issue with is when I think... A lot of the times, if you're not sure of somebody's pronouns, and you ask because you want to be sure that you're getting it right, they'll act offended that you don't know. And I think that needs to be, like, denormalized. They need to acknowledge the fact that we're doing our best effort to respect them the way they want to be respected. And they need to throw us a bone on that. Instead of being like, oh, you should have just known already. That's true about the no pun, Mike, yeah. Why is it fading out? Just keep playing. Fuck you. Yeah, you should have just read my mind and known. Like, what? There's no way to do that. Like, I could understand why it might hurt a little bit if someone asks and you're like, damn, you really should have been able to pick up on that. But they're doing their best, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. I think that's significantly better than them assuming and getting it wrong. To be fair, I haven't really seen that be a thing, like, recently, so maybe people are better about it these days. But, like, a couple of years ago, people were, like, kind of shitty about it. That's not how it works, though, Triple S. Like, scientifically, yes, that's how it works, but science can't decide how people feel. If you feel a certain way, science can't say you're not allowed to feel that way. That's not how it works. That's very, like... That's heavy, oh, I said something that upsets you, that's your fault for being upset, not my fault for upsetting you, energy. To be blunt. It's very downplaying the fact that people have feelings and are allowed to feel ways. Again, I forgot that is a glitchy thing that happens. Oh my god, what am I doing? I completely lost my train of thought of what I was gonna say. That's what happens. You just want to enjoy the show. That's kind of why I apologized when I brought it up, Vulpix. I know that there are some people like you that are like, you'd just rather not hear about this sort of stuff. Which is fair. Especially if you, like, know people that talk about it a lot, and you might be looking for an escape. Or you spend too much time on Twitter. And then you might be like, man, I hear about this all day, I'd rather not hear about it here too. That's kind of the thing when COVID started, right? Where we were all like, okay, we're not going to talk about it on streams. Because that's all you hear about everywhere, and people want a fucking break from it. And it's like, that's fair. I just felt like I needed to provide more context for the Shiver situation in particular. Too finicky to actually grab that when I'm in super. Let's just fly. Can you not? You can't go behind him in this version, can you? I think they fixed that. Oh. Still feels like they fixed it. Shit, what was I gonna say? I was on a train of thought, and then I got completely thrown off by that one spring acting in a way that I was not expecting. I was actively trying to fly over him. What a chill penguin of a fight. Fights like this make me think of Chill Penguin, because Chill Penguin is so like, oh, just go up the wall, forehead. And then later, Mega Man X bosses are like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let them go up the wall for free. Oh, I can't hit him like that? Can I hit him like this? It doesn't look like it. That's really never happened? For some reason I thought it had. Not like this is something I read a lot about, so I don't know where I'm getting my information. It's still bothering me trying to remember what the hell I was about to say before Weird Slope interrupted me. Do do boo. Do 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 ba do do boo. Chocolate bar door. Ba-da-bum bum 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 ba-bum ba-bum bum bum bum. Do 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 do. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. And I've only seen this like twice, so I shouldn't overgeneralize and say that this happens a lot, but I've definitely seen cases where people will get snippy about, like, here's the pronoun that I want you to use, but then they change their mind every, like, 9 months. And that's, like, I don't think they should expect you to keep up with it at that point. Like, they shouldn't act upset if you're like, I've been calling you she for a year, and now all of a sudden you're telling me that, like, that's fine, I can change, but, like, don't act upset that I didn't get the memo on that, because there is no memo. You know what I mean? And again, I've only seen that happen, like, twice, so maybe it doesn't happen all that often, but the indecisiveness can bother me sometimes, because that just seems very... How can anybody keep up with you on that? To know at any given time what the correct answer is, you know what I mean? But if people just, like, make up their minds, I'm like, I'll call you whatever. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't affect me at all. Could be wrong since terminology changes every single week, because as soon as society adapts, they run out of things to complain about and invent a new reason. Mm-hmm. Then you have some new term that you have to be like, what's that mean? Alright, since we're, like, kind of in between games, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Seems like a good opportunity to do so. And we have, what, like 7 zones left? 7, 8, kind of? He probably doesn't have Doomsday, so probably 7. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll continue, so stay tuned. And continue conversing. I'll catch up when I get back.
goodness.
Actually, okay, so first of all, two things. If I can remember what the other one was. Oh, first, Scarlet, you should... Not should, but if you had a desire to stream some Sonic stuff, I think you should. Or at least give it a try, because... The Sonic stuff always does pretty well for me, but the new viewers I tend to get tend to be kids, and you have a lot more patience with that shit than I do. I think you could probably actually get some pretty good growth with it. I could probably as well if I would suck it up and be more patient, but I can't bring myself to it. Second of all, I mentioned earlier, multiple times, I want to do a bunch of random Mega Man and Sonic stuff. I don't think Scarlet weighed in on this in particular, so I want to get her opinion as well. I think I know what I'm going to do next in both regards. I just don't know which one to do next. As far as Sonic goes, I think we're going to play... I think it's called Sonic and the Fallen Star. It's a fan game that came out, I don't know, maybe a month ago. Do you know anything about it, Mike, or is it just kind of a you know of it, but that's about it? It has a pretty interesting art style. I don't know anything about it, so it's going to be mostly blind. As far as Mega Man goes, I think we're going to play Mega Man Legends. Because I have not played it in a while. So I'm curious to hear what people want to see. Because I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow, basically. Now I'm going to catch up on chat. Because nobody wants to be an activist anymore. They simply crave attention. The true goal of an activist is to become irrelevant. See, that's the way I keep thinking if this is like a byproduct of the time we were raised in. But like, because like when we were kids, sex changes were a thing, but they were like pretty rare. You didn't hear about it very often. And at least I was always raised to be, if that's what they do, if a man does that, then you call them a woman, because that's how they want to identify. And then once they became a pronoun, I think it got really complicated. But back then it was always like they don't want to be treated any differently, right? That was the thing. Don't treat them like they're different, because that's not what they want. But now I feel like a lot of people in general, in the human race, do want to be treated differently. It isn't about equality anymore. It's about them being treated better than other people. Like, they want to be treated differently instead of the same as everybody else. And I was raised to, you treat everybody the same. You don't treat them like they're different, because they don't want to be treated different. And now I'm like, yeah, but a lot of people do want to be treated different. They actively act in a way that is... treat me differently. Validate me, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. Or it's a social contagion and people are faking it because they need something to identify them for lack of an authentic personality, or that, yes. That's something, it's not enough to be a decent human being who lives a normal life and lets other people live. You need to call yourself an ally and actively seek reasons to be upset. Like, I almost feel like it's... Some people will treat you, if you're not out there, like, campaigning for equality for, like, other races or other genders, that you're, like, just as bad as the people who want them to be stifled. And I'm like, that's not the case. Can't you just treat them like they're not different and treat them like human beings? And to some people, that's not enough. Which is like, I don't know if I agree with that. I'm an ally not because I drink from a rainbow Starbucks cup, but because I'll pull over and help you change your tire. Yes, exactly. A lot of people feel like you have to wear it like a badge. And it's like, no, you could just be a good person and just treat them with a welcoming personality and like, be a good person and treat them like a person. I feel like that should be enough. A lot of people don't think it is enough, which is kind of fucked, I think. Most of them didn't even want to be allowed to marry because it was their only excuse to avoid commitment. Oh, man. The only thing they ever asked if you was to borrow your air compressor because the low tire pressure sensor went off on his car and it didn't even work because there was a nail in the sidewall. Every now and then you get a random new sub and you think it's because they saw your most recent Sonic Mania thing. You've never played Sonic Mania. You've played Sonic Monia. I legitimately see that in my recommended feed, like, almost every day. Right alongside Mike's video of all 7 Chaos Emeralds in Sonic the Hedgehog 1. They both show up in my recommended feed, like, every day. I shit you not. On that note, anyone who wants to see, like, if you want to see somebody play Sonic CD who likes Sonic CD and tries to make it actually look fun instead of just groaning every time they wind up warped into a fucking wall, go subscribe to Pensive Scarlet. Are people really that dumb to say some characters representing sexual orientation just because of a color palette? Yes, they are that stupid. It happens. It's not just a Splatoon thing. It happens everywhere. I don't get it. As an artist, I would never design a character and say, how do I make this character look gay? I guess I'll just use the colors of the gay flag, right? That's idiotic! If you're doing that as an artist, you're an idiot. That's so dumb. Why would anybody do that? First of all, you should never look at a character and say, how do I make this character look gay? That's wrong logic to begin with. You should just make them look like a character. That's how you let them live and breathe as a real person instead of letting that identifying trait consume their entire character. That's awful. You don't do that to begin with. So I don't know why people would assume that, oh, they have 3 out of the 5 colors from the gay flag, I guess they're gay. There's only so many colors, like, come on, it's... The Sonic's gay, right? Because Sonic colors, and he has all the colors of the rainbow in Sonic colors, right? He turns pink and orange and yellow and green and blue and purple. So Sonic's gay, right? It's confirmed. It's right there. It's in black and white. Not black and white. It's in all colors. You know what I mean. That's so fucking stupid. Remember the beta when Mega Man was Rainbow Man? I guess Mega Man's gay. It's confirmed. It's right there. In plain light. It's so stupid. Why would you think that? Like, I don't want to say that entire community is fucking stupid, but anyone who signed up and said, yes, this makes sense, you're an idiot. That is so stupid. I can't, like... It's one of those things where I keep repeating it and saying that how stupid it is, because I can't believe that there are people who don't realize that it's stupid. You know what I mean? I'm like, it bears repeating because I can't believe that it bears repeating. Anyway. You watch somebody play first few levels of Fallen Star. It doesn't sound like you play a lot of ban games in general, perhaps. Which is fair. It's probably a time thing, right? If nothing else. I treat everyone like if they just showed up, they need to get in the back of the fucking line and wait their damn turn. Yeah. Basically. It's called equality. I don't think people understand... I think a lot of people that fight for equality don't fucking know what equality means. They think equality means them being treated better than the person that's being treated better than they are. Like, I think somebody sees somebody being treated better and they're like, equality, you should be treating me better than them. It's like, no, no, no. You should be treating them equally. That's where the equal part of equality comes from. A lot of people don't want equality, they want justice. Or revenge. They want, I was treated poorly at one point in my life, so other people should be treated like shit to give me a little bit of repentance over the fact that I was treated like shit once. Or that person was treated really well when they shouldn't have, so you should let me get away with something shitty too. It's like, that... What? Not shitty. You should let me get away with something worse. It's almost like a one-up contest to them. It's strange. Sanicmonia. Mike's not happy about that video showing up in my feed. That's the one that, like, made you quit, right? The one that, like, popped and you were just, like, kind of fucking around or something? How do I make this character look like a girl? I know, pink. Yeah, exactly. That's... Like I said, you shouldn't even be saying, how do I make this character look like this? Dudes can wear pink. You shouldn't even be saying, well, it's a woman, so she needs breasts. Because maybe she doesn't. Maybe she's very petite. Maybe there's a dude character who's just got big ol' man titties. Like, that's not even an exclusive trait, so even that is dumb. What you should be saying is, what do I do to make this character look cool so that they compel? Compel? Is it the word I'm looking for here? Resonate, so that they resonate with people. Instead of I'll dress them like they're gay because it'll resonate with gay people. It's like, but not necessarily. That's not necessarily how it works. And then your agenda becomes very clear very quickly, and that's kind of the problem. I'm not even, like, a professional character designer, and I feel like I get it better than a lot of people do. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm delusional and have no idea what I'm fucking talking about. But I think it's kinda simple. And I think you can look no further than, like, anthropomorphic characters. People don't relate to Mickey Mouse because he's a straight white man, because he's not a fucking straight white man, he's a mouse, goddammit. People didn't grow up and say Sonic's a cool character because he's a straight white guy like me, because he's not, he's a fucking blue hedgehog. If you can make those characters resonate with people, then why would you have to hold human characters to those standards? It doesn't make any sense. Okay. Yeah, Mega Man was originally gay, for sure. That's true, Scarlet. There might have been more people saying these Shiver people are idiots than the people who were making noise about it in the first place. That's very true. It's just, it's very easy to be negative and loud. That's why I changed and was like, I don't want to say it's the entire Splatoon community that's doing it, because it probably isn't. There are probably plenty of people in the Splatoon community who are like, you guys are idiots. This is the stage where I miss like 5 fucking special stages every time. I'm gonna start seeing paths that I don't take and saying I'm gonna go that way instead. Let's see if we can't make something happen here. Well, that was bad. Yeah, that's a good one too. Every man / woman I've dated is trash, so clearly they all are. I've heard that so many times from just women that are just like, man, men are garbage. And there's a part of me that I'm like, I'm sorry that you had to deal with a man that was garbage. But then there's that part of me that's like, dude, I'm a man. What the fuck? You're calling me garbage? I know they're not doing that, though. That's the thing. They're not trying to say you are also garbage. They're just expressing stress. I go by amount of pain in my ass, which makes you all identical. See, that's what I try to do. Let's take all 3 of you. Volpe, Scarlet, Mike. You would probably all say that you don't share anything in common, right? Except for video games, I guess. But outside of that, you'd probably say you share nothing in common. But to me, that's not true. Because I don't look at Mike as middle-aged man with children who served in the military. Oh, I guess served in the military is a little different because it's not like a identifying trait. But you know what I mean. I don't look at Volpe as kid, for lack of a better way of putting it, because you're probably almost 20 now, right? But that's not how I look at you people, which is maybe the worst way of putting it, but I look at you as, how do you treat others? How do you treat me? What's your sense of humor like? How do we get along? And, as Mike put it, how much of a pain in the ass are you? I've never been here before. Yeah, there's tons of huge rings. I'm just really bad at finding them. Hey, I found one. Which we're gonna take another quick break because I'm behind on chat, so... Professional doesn't mean good, it only means you get a paycheck for doing something. Yeah, but you know as well as I do that that paycheck means a lot. It's not... To a point, it's not enough for me to say I could go toe-to-toe with Nomura, because I don't stick 57 zippers on my characters. Because he makes a hell of a lot more money than I do. So, does it make me feel better? No. There are more people thinking these people are idiots than there are people vocally being idiots. Yeah, probably. And by every man / woman, they mean one and only one. Yeah, usually. It was the one that just stabbed them in the back. Oh yeah, 20's still a kid to me, but, like, still. I guess technically still a teenager. I guess I could have just gone with that. That's why Amy Rose pisses me the fuck off. Because they just design her as, like, how do we make her a girl? And it's like, that's not, like... That shouldn't be a primary identifying trait. Boing. Now, what would I say her primary identifying trait is? I don't know, because they design her as she's a girl. So it's like, I don't know. And I haven't watched any Sonic Boom, which is like the only thing where she's ever gotten character development. Stubborn? She's kind of stubborn, isn't she? I think she's a bit of a hothead. You know what bothers me about like, I hate to backpedal onto this particular topic, which is the most controversial topic we've discussed all fucking night. So I really shouldn't, because YouTube's gonna demonetize me if I dare to bring it up one more time. You know what pisses me off about a human girl kissing Sonic? Is Amy stands there and just fucking watches. Amy says nothing about it. She doesn't even show a hint of emotion. She just sits and watches. In her bland as fuck, my character was animated with mocap, and therefore I haven't had any actual emotion placed into my features. In that bland, dead eyes stare, she just watches it happen. Like, what? She wasn't being held back by Knuckles. Or pinned into submission by Rouge. Sorry, what? She just watches. And, like, this is fine. In every other game, Sonic says a name that sounds like it could be a female name, and she's like, what the fuck did you just say? Who? Get that name out your fucking mouth? Like, she flips shit immediately. That's bad character writing. Like, that's when the characters don't act in character, because honestly, the writers have no fucking idea what their character is. Because her character is, I'm a girl. God, Amy pisses me off. Oh, man. Not Amy herself, because I think she has potential, just the way Sega treats her. And it sucks because, like, people like her. So it's like, why isn't she better, so that the people that like her can be more, like, proud of the fact that they're like, hey, here's a character I really like. Instead, someone's like, man, I really like Amy Rose, and you're like, ah, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. Rouge is absolutely not just a girl. What are you talking about? Why? Because she has tits? She spends more time swooning over jewels than men. Like, Amy's way worse. Now, part of that is because I think Amy also has, like, the damsel in distress trope going on top of everything else, which is not very helpful. But yeah, like, Rouge is a fucking government agent. Like... And if you ask the average person in America what they think of when they think of government agent, they're gonna say, like, you know, Matt Damon, not woman. So, I would say she very much defies the trope already. It's Rouge, Volpe. Yeah, it's like the color. It's a reddish pink. She is the femme fatale cliche, but it doesn't own her like it does Amy. Amy's single identifying trait is I'm a girl. Being a woman is just one of Rouge's identifying traits. But she's also, you know, badass spy. Surprisingly smart. She's the only person in Sonic Generations that actually notices that it's a different Sonic she's talking to. Can we talk about that for a second? She's literally the only person. Everyone else is like, gee, Sonic, did you get your hair cut? You look a little different today. Rouge is the only one that's like, you're not the Sonic I know. I think that, like, says a lot. That one line of dialogue is, like, says a lot about her character. Maybe not smart, but at least observant. Even Blaze is, like, clueless. And I was always under the impression that Blaze is, like, relatively clever. All the other characters are too, like, possessed by their character traits. Blaze is like, I can't believe I got stuck in that trap. Like, I'm too busy lamenting over my pride to notice that this is a different hedgehog I'm talking to. Amy's just like, give me that blue dick. 'Cause I'm a girl. Knuckles is just like, get the fuck off of my island. Also, where are the emeralds? Also, I don't chuckle. Even though literally the first time you see Knuckles in a video game, he's punching out of the ground and chuckling. But whatever, that's neither here nor there. All of the characters are, like, too obsessed by their, like, one personality trait. And Rouge is like, I paid attention for 2 seconds. I took the time you spent staring at my cleavage and I actually used my brain, basically. Like, low-key, as much as I want to see Amy in the movies, I want to see Rouge more, because I think her character has more potential. Amy's character has potential because they can, you know, not make it ass, if they choose to. Whereas Rouge's character is, like, already good. Anyway. That was a rant. That was a rant and a half. Pretty sure if someone I've known for several years showed up and was their child's self, I'd shit myself. Yeah, you'd, like, suspect something's wrong. But in typical Sonic Universe fashion, they're like, you're shaped like a hedgehog, so you must all be the same hedgehog, right? Different color? What are you talking about? To their credit, they don't see in color in that universe, which I guess is something. But still. I'm just going to not acknowledge what Funny said. I'm going to wait for him to say hello, and then I'll say, hey, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Rogue is the one that steals people's abilities and, like, drains their life or something. fake conversation between Aaron and Knuckles when Aaron is like, "No, you immediately." He did. He punches out of the ground and he folds his arms and he laughs. It's the first thing he does. Except in Origins, I think he does the boxing thing instead because they changed it. She says things like, "Shame on you for attacking a lady," because she's manipulative, though. She does that because she's trying to, like, guilt trip them and play them. She knows what she's doing, is what I'm getting at. Now, I will be completely honest here and say, is part of the reason I think Rouge works better than Amy is because Rouge isn't defenseless? Maybe. Maybe the fact that she can actually, like, stand on her own 2 feet instead of Amy's "give me that blue dick." Like, Amy's so ridiculously shallow. Whereas Rouge actually, like, you know, isn't a person. So, does that just automatically make it better? A little bit. That might be part of it. It's kind of sad that, like, the most development or depth Amy has ever had was probably Sonic Adventure 1. Because she, like, you know, put the blue dick out of her mind for 2 seconds to be like, "Oh, this poor little bird needs my help." I know what he was doing. But I got the reference. Yeah, she's being... It's a tactical thing that she's doing. Both tactical and she knows it flusters people, especially Knuckles. Like I said, she's smart. She knows what she's doing. That I could have gotten in trouble there, if I'm being honest. If he decided to go in the other direction. Ah, probably would have been fine, actually. Oh, fucking hell. That was... ABC, always blame chat. Oh my god, I'm the worst to ever do it? What am I doing? I'm gonna blame the analog stick on that one. Oh god. Okay. That's fine. No problem. No problem here. I like Amy in concept. Her writing is just really bad. Like, they do not write her very well. I think she has a lot of potential. I like her design. She's just written like shit. She's either written as girl or nagging wife. Mostly nagging wife I think of as Lost World. Because she's very like, "Oh, did you save the animals?" "Yeah, I got some of them." "What do you mean some of them?" Like, she's like, "You didn't do all of it?" You cleaned the entire house? But you, like, used the sink after you cleaned it? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, come on. She's just bad. I long for the day that she will be not bad, and they'll actually, like, make her decent. I just don't think it's gonna be anytime soon. I think Boom was our closest chance where they actually made her a little bit more than that. As far as I know, I didn't watch a whole lot of the show, but... Also, hey Jerm, how's it going? Goes back to the whole show don't tell thing. Reason we have simplified character archetype is because nuance goes over everyone's head. Yeah. Pretty true. True, that's pretty true. Criticizes Rex because he makes dumb decisions, forgetting that he's only 15 years old. Yeah. People be stupid. Don't do the thing where teenagers are wise military leaders. They kind of do that in 3, right? What age is everybody in 3? Like, when does their term start? Did I ever confirm that? I was under the impression it was 15 to 25, and now I'm thinking that's not the case. Because I met the last hero character, and they are absolutely not 15. I guess they could be 15 and just very small, but I doubt it. But they don't really act like teenagers in that game, is what my point was. Which is, I guess, maybe another reason why I thought it was 15 to 25, because I was like, they're not really acting like kids, they're kind of acting like adults. Like, they don't really make a lot of stupid decisions. They don't do a lot of things where I'm like, well, that was fucking dumb. For the most part, they're pretty smart. Maybe not smart, but reasonable might be a better word for it. I mean, yes, sometimes her strategy doesn't work, but that doesn't mean she's not gonna fucking try it. If there's a chance of it being that simple, why wouldn't she try it? Why overthink it? I was actually thinking about trying to jump up to hit it. It just has, like, infinite health. $10 and $20. Okay. I think because they act so mature and reasonable, I was like, it has to be like 15 to 25. Plus, they show Ethel when she's like fresh out the pod, and she's not 10. There's no way. So it's kind of unclear. I'll leave it at that, though. I don't want to say too much for the sake of for Volpe's sake, or for my own sake, I guess, because I still have to beat it. Fuck. Oh, you can actually defeat it? Is that in the original too, or is that only in Origins? You know, I think I said... Well, I did say Carnival Night was my least favorite zone in Sonic 3. I think Sandopolis is my least favorite in Sonic and Knuckles. This zone just drags. It just takes so long. When I'm already in a state of, like, can I go home? Like, not really. But, you know. I do like the music more than I used to, though. Bum 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 bum. I will admit that for Scarlet's sake, CD does have some fucking slappers in it for sure. It's no Xenoblade 3 or anything like that, but... Volpe, would you be upset if I used Xenoblade 3 music for the break music in September? Would you be like, man, I wanted to appreciate that music when I was playing the game? Or would you be like, oh, this is Xenoblade 3 music, this is Pog? And, like, honestly, like, if you would not like it, I can pick something else, it's fine. And don't worry, it's not gonna be like the Final Boss music, where it's named something like Final Boss music versus Sephiroth Vader. So it's not gonna be like a spoiler or anything. And Noah toots. When will Noah stop to? Hey, Mio toots a lot too. An equal amount, I would argue. There's so many, like, I guess it's not that I want to talk about the storyline, because I do. But it's not that I'm, like, confused and I need clarification on stuff. It's just there's, like, little moments where I'm like, oh, I liked how they connected this. This was a neat little detail that was, like, if you are people like us who can pick up on nuances, then we're probably going to appreciate this detail. If you're stupid, then you're probably not going to pick up. It'll be like, hey, we picked up on this. This was cool, right? Some of the music is spoilery if you've played the first two games. It's the unique battle music. You will know our names, they will know our names. Which, hopefully that in itself isn't a spoiler, because... I mean, I think, isn't that what the battle music's called in, like, all of the games? It's not the same theme, though, is it? They just use the same name. Bum, 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 bum. I haven't tried the amiibos, Volpe. I don't have the Shulk amiibo. I don't know what else works or what they do. Mike maybe has? Oh, they're like slight variations of the same name. Hey, isn't this the chord that wasn't here before? You will know our names. You will recall our names. You will know our names. Finale. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was gonna use the main version for the splash music and then the climax version for the break music. Anyway, I remember some of these, like, what would you call them? Repelling lines? Some of those were missing in Origins at first, and I think that was one of them. I might be wrong, though. We'll continue to observe that as we continue here. And I like that they do that thing that we talked about in Koromon a bit, where they have multiple battle themes because you're going to be hearing them for hundreds of hours, and they have to keep mixing it up every now and then. I forget what the other one was where I was like, this theme's pretty pog. There was another one that I was like, I really like this one, but I keep forgetting which one it is. And yeah, I guess I can't say this for sure, but I think you'll probably enjoy it, Volpe, when you get it.
Oh, it's just the Shulk one? I figured they had a basic, if you scan anything else, you get like 100 gold or something. Like Monster Hunter and Fire Emblem Warriors has. Oh yeah, are those not out yet? God damn, they're still not done making the Smash ones? Holy hell. Fortunately, I don't think there's any of those I'm going to want. I guess there's a part of me that's like, now that I'm like in love with Xenoblade 3, maybe I should get the Xenoblade 2 ones. While I have the chance, because they're probably going to be available for like a week and then impossible to find. But I don't know, I might hate those characters. There's a ring up there? What the fuck? Yeah, Steve like just came out, right? I don't think I can fly high enough to get back up there. Never mind, I can. I lied. I think it's from the other side, though. And yeah, these were missing in Origins, weren't they? So they fixed these? It's pretty high up there. He can't get there.
It probably is gonna have the Disney trademark, you're not wrong. Oh, you get the Monado, like, when you beat it. I don't... Can only Knuckles get that, I guess? I never knew that one was even there. That's neat. Yeah, Adventure 2 is fine. Heroes, that's absolutely the case, where that's the only... She's just like, Sonic, 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 Sonic. Cream and Big are like, our friends are missing too, and she's like, I don't fucking care, I need some blue dick. Sorry, did you say Sonic? We have to find cheese. Did you say Sonic? Sonic, we have to find Sonic. You misspoke, Cream. Like, yeah, she's horrible in Heroes. Adventure 2 is like, yeah, okay. She's a little bit not horrible. And her whole shtick in battle is literally treating Emerald like he's their child. And working out so that she can keep up with Sonic. Is 100% her end goal. It's just she actually has some direction with things she's doing to achieve that goal, instead of just being like... Instead of just following him and nagging him.
She does have a moment in Unleashed that I really like. Or rather, Sonic has a moment in Unleashed that I really like. When he first, like, runs into her in werehog form, and she doesn't recognize him, you can see that he's, like, heartbroken. Like, it actually, like, hurts that she does not recognize him. Even though she takes one look at other hedgehog-shaped creatures and is like, Sonic, give me that dick! But then when she sees the werehog, she's like, who are you? I guess she also mistakes him at first, though, doesn't she? Isn't she like, oh, it's Sonic! Wait, you're not Sonic. But it's been a while since I played Unleashed. I hate how in Adventure 2 and in 06, she's like, hey, it's a hedgehog! Get over here, Sonic! And it's like, how much do you really love him? Maybe she doesn't care about the blue part. Maybe that's what you're getting at. She's only caring about them for the sake of Sonic, though. That's the problem. It's so she can prove how good of a mother she's gonna be. I can imagine her trying to make a circular song. We've got a hot Amy Rose X Metal Man ship being constructed as we speak. Nope, this one's still missing. This one's still gone. There is supposed to be a rappelling section here, right? There has to be. I don't remember a big drop like that in the original game, like, ever. I'm always afraid that that platform's gonna squash me. Just because it looks like it's going to. Also, take it easy, Mike. Thanks for popping in and hanging out. It is super late for you. I didn't really put that together. I promise I'm trying to find time to get on finishing Xenoblade 3 soonish. I think I'm just a little, like, traumatized since I put in 40 hours in 3 days, and then my body was like, hey, fuck you. Don't do that. So now I'm kind of, like, trying to not do that again. I should have grabbed that. I made a mistake. Well, this was not worth it. Yikes. I'm gonna die? It's fine. Survival. Yeah, there's supposed to be one here, too. Absolutely. I think there's supposed to be one there, too. You can even see the rings where you're supposed to go back and forth between the walls. They just, like, forgot to put they either forgot to put them there or something happened where the asset, like, didn't load for this zone or something. Because they're in Act 1, so the asset exists.
I should go ahead this first. I wouldn't say they were cooperating in Heroes. She's kind of dragging them along. She doesn't seem to listen to them in, like, all of that game. And let's not forget when Vector asks her a question and she's like, sorry, I'm not interested. Like... He's literally just like, can I ask you a couple of innocent questions? And she's like, I'm taken. God, she was really bad in that game too. I forgot about that. I'd argue she was worse in that game. But that's when the game started to get like real heavy anime influences. For better or worse. Did you guys hear about that really cringy Sonic fan game where they put the character from the human kid from the anime in and they kill him? I was like, this is why I don't fucking play fan games. Like, you've got to be kidding me right now. It was all over Twitter. They were like, dude, what's his name? Chris, I think? They put Chris in, they fucking killed him. You also fight Maria. Maria's a fucking boss fight. I was like, yeah, this is why I don't play fan games. Yeah, Omens. Should have been called Oh No. Or Oh God. I did like that, like... And this is, like, a weird thing to like, because it's just so toxic, but I liked how a lot of people were saying, like, we actually need more fan games like this to remind people that not every fan is Christian Whitehead, and they can make something as good as Sonic Mania. And I was like, that's honestly kind of true. Because apparently that's, like, a thing in the Sonic fan game community, where everyone's like, I'm the next Christian Whitehead. And everyone's like, fan games are awesome because Christian Whitehead made fan games. And it's like, yeah, you kind of do need the occasional person that reminds you that that's not how it's going to pan out every single time. Like I said, very toxic, but... I guess it's not that, like, I like that people were thinking it. I like that people were acknowledging it. Instead of just being like, oh, well, it's a fan game. Christian Whitehead started making fan games, and look where he is now, so, you know... Anyway. Is Sonic EXE actually a game? I thought it was like an animation or something. I've got pretty much zero interest in that for perhaps obvious reasons. I don't think I even have to explain it. I think you know, right? I think you would know what my issue with that game would be. Yeah, he's like... essentially says it's omening time or something. It sounded like super fucking bad and cringy. There was another fan game that was like kind of on my radar very briefly, and I forget what it was called. Someone recommended it. It might have been KC. I don't remember. And I looked into it, and like gameplay-wise, it looked fine. It looked like a functioning video game. But, in the trailer literally starts, like, 5 months after the death of Dr. Robotnik, and I was like, yeah, I'm not playing this. That's a no. That's a hard no. Apparently the plot is, like, Metal Sonic is trying to, like, revive
Robotnik or something. I was like, no, absolutely not. You're gonna have to respect the source material at least a little bit if you want me to be interested. And doing stuff like that and making Maria a boss fight is not a good way to get me interested. Oh, fuck. So hopefully nothing like that happens with the fan games I'm actually thinking about playing, is what I'm getting at. Because it would be a shame if we were playing it on stream and something like that happened, because I'd immediately be like, well, I'm not playing this anymore. Fuck. That's just dumb. People saying they don't like the story in a fan game, but they like the gameplay. It's an unfortunate reality that most people who make fan games are probably going to create very fan-fiction-y style stories. And it's like I said, you gotta respect the source material to a point. And I think a lot of fans don't do that. They do, like, really stupid things that are like, what if Sonic killed a man? And you're like, but that doesn't even make sense. But they're like, yeah, but I'm the one making the video game, so who are you to say no? Which is, like, true, but that's why not everybody should be making video games. It just has some heavy, it's Morbin time energy. Is what it comes down to. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier when I said that, like... Who was it that said that they liked Shadow the Hedgehog because they think it's funny how edgy Shadow is? And I was like, that's not supposed to be funny, though. That's the thing. And that's, like, the stuff with, like, the Morbin time meme is, like... They think it's funny because it's not good. And then people confuse it's funny, so it's good. But it's like, no. Like, there are, like, legitimately people who are like, oh man, I love Morbius, that movie's so bad. And it's like, you're not supposed to love it when it's bad, that's the thing. Am I the only one seeing this? It's the same look. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. See, I think it got real very quickly because there was eventually word that, like, Sony was like, we're gonna make Morbius 2 because look how popular it is. And it's like, it's not popular for the good reasons, guys. Like, that's... No. Stop. That's when memeing becomes very dangerous, because people were, like, acting like it was a good movie because they thought it was funny to say it was a good movie because that's how bad it was. And then it stopped being funny when Sony was like, oh, people love it, we should make another movie. It's like, uh-oh. That's a problem. That's some heavy Last of Us 2 is Game of the Year energy right there. It's like, oh, people are talking about it, it must be good. No. No. And it's like Scarlett said earlier. It's very easy for a minority group of people to be not people that are minorities. Don't get it twisted. For them to be very loud on social media. So it could have only been like a couple of hundred people doing this and being like, yo, Morbius is so good. But, like, it was enough. They were vocal enough that Sony was like, I guess we should make another one. It's like, oh, okay. Look at what you've done now. Yeah, I guess Last of Us 2 is slightly different in that regard, because there were some people who liked it, and they didn't like it, like, ironically. Compared to Morbius, which I think, like, nobody legitimately liked. They were just acting like they liked it because they thought it was funny. I think there were people who actually liked Last of Us 2. Memes are bad, is what I'm getting at. But it's also, like, you know, within moderation. Because sometimes memes are hilarious. I think a lot of it is just, like, they're at their best when you're, like, in on the joke. And people sometimes, like, forget that if... Sometimes people think, well, I'm in on the joke, I'm laughing, so that's enough. And it's like, Everyone else might be like, you're fucking annoying, though. Does it really matter if you're laughing at that point? I don't think so. Very contextual. I think Nodamage is hilarious. Am I gonna go into other streams and start screaming it, like, with the correct, like, katakana and everything? No. Because no one's gonna fucking know what I'm talking about, and it's just gonna be annoying. To be more self-aware than that. Oh yeah, that was it. It wasn't that they said they're making another Morbius, it's that they re-released it in cinema because people were they were like, oh man, people love it. That's right. They're like, man, people love it so much we should just put it in theaters again. It's actually kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully they learned their mistake before greenlighting another movie. You refuse to watch Morbius out of a fear that you will find a way to genuinely enjoy it. You know what? That's fair. I can't say I've been there often, but I've definitely been there before, where I'm like, oh no, what if I like it, though? I might be wrong on this. I don't think anyone here's seen the movie to know to correct me on this or not. I don't think he actually says the line, "It's Morbin time" in that movie. I don't think that's actually a thing. Not to burst your bubble, but I don't think he actually says it. I think that was people memeing, and they were like, wouldn't it have been funny if he said this, which is a really bad line, which would have made the movie even worse? And then people, like, started acting like it was actually a thing that he says. Because then people started saying, man, when he said "it's Morbin time," I lost my shit. It was so hype. It just became part of the meme. Admittedly, I was one of those people that when people started memeing about how good the movie was, I actually was confused and thought they were serious for a second. I think for, like, a day, I was like, is the movie actually good? And then eventually I, like, read the room and was like, oh no, it's awful. I get it. I get the joke now. I don't even know why it's bad, if I'm being honest. Like, why is it so bad? Is it just the storyline sucks? The acting sucks? The cinematography is ass? Well, that was ass. That, in fact, was ass. I guess we're not hypering up on, we're not morbing up on this fight. I'm sorry. I'm not going to like ironically make that a part of my vocabulary. That's just not going to be a thing. Now, going back to what Mike was talking about, this is one of the best examples, in my opinion, of show don't tell in video games. Part of why I love Sonic 3 so much is it tells a story, and it does it without stopping you. It doesn't make you sit through like a 15-minute cutscene. This is all gameplay. I could have been attacking Eggman during that whole sequence and it wouldn't have mattered, but I could have done it to make it feel like I'm a part of the action. It drives home that sense of feeling powerless about what's happening. It is, like... It is one of the reasons why Sonic 3 is, like, my favorite game of all time. Its pantomime storytelling is really good. Which is really sad, because boy did they lose it after this. Because then in Sonic Adventure, it's just dialogue. It's just like, silly dogs. it's just that. And I mostly like Sonic Adventure's dialogue, don't get me wrong. It's like the right amount of corny, I think. Look, it's a giant talking egg. Like, there's a bunch of good lines in it, honestly. Sonic Adventure is so tricky for me because, like, I do not think it is a good video game, but I understand why people like it. There's a lot there. It has a lot of character, a lot of personality, a lot of imagination went into that game. It's very ambitious. I understand why people like it. It's just people act like it's a fucking masterpiece, and I'm like, no, that game's pretty janky. Like, I wouldn't say it's aged very well. One of my favorite examples is in Windy Valley. Like, the very beginning of the stage, there's just, like, a track that's going straight down, and if you hold forward on the analog stick, Sonic just careens to the right. That game doesn't even understand what straight is. Like, it's not good. It's fun, but it is not good. That's part of why I want to play the Dreamcast version, to find out if some of those problems, are they just Director's Cut versions? Or Director's Cut problems, rather? Which is a thought I started having at the last GDQ, because they had a Sonic Adventure Director's Cut speedrun, and they outright said they don't run the Dreamcast version because the Director's Cut version's buggier. And I was like, oh, so that might actually be true. But as I said earlier, I need to research Dreamcast emulators, because the one I was going to use, the graphics are kind of fucky.
And I don't think they're, like, intentionally fucky. I think it's the emulation isn't very good fucky. I would say Adventure and Adventure 2 have good voice acting for their time. I don't think it's good now, but for late 90s, early 2000s, it's pretty good. Especially compared to, like, say, Resident Evil. It gets the job done. There's some awkwardness in there. You hear a lot of times that video games in that era had weird voice acting because the actors weren't given direction. They weren't told the context of the lines they had to say, which is why sometimes their delivery is really fucked. So it has some stuff like that, but like for its time, it was still like really good compared to other games at the time. Is it good now? Not necessarily. And I do think Heroes is when it falls off, because it gets to be a little bit more like anime-y. All of the characters are annoying in Heroes. I'll take the lead! Yeah, the Resident Evil actors they probably weren't voice actors, for starters. And they probably didn't have, like, great scripts. Also, for anyone who, doesn't want to know anything about Frontiers, close your ears for, like, a minute, because I want to tell Volpe something. I think you're joking when you say Big the Cat is the worst. And there are probably a lot of people that really... I think somebody said earlier about how they don't like Adventure because of the fishing minigame. Big and a fishing minigame is in Sonic Frontiers. So... buckle up. It's gonna be a time. I haven't seen any footage of it, but I've heard that Big is not only in the game, but there's a fishing minigame. And I was like, low-key? Pretty pog. I like me some fishing minigames, so I'm down. That's why I said that, like, I think I've heard too much about Frontiers. I think it would have been pretty great to not know that was going to be a thing. And just be playing the game and then be like, oh god. Oh god. Oh, no, Froggy! Where are you? Talk about a one-track mind. That's fucking Amy with Sonic. It's the same thing. Where Big is just Froggy. Isn't Big typically written better in, like, most games, though? It's just an Adventure. He's not very well written. It's very... Froggy, where are you? And then he just knows how to fly a plane. So... But isn't it in Heroes where he says a bunch of shit that's, like, actually remarkably observant? Well, Kareem's just like, I hope Cheese is okay, and Amy's just like, where's that blue dick? And Big's, like, actually commenting on society, and... They're just repeating the same voice lines, and Big is like, you know, Facebook really went off the rails, like, 4 years ago, and people really shouldn't be using it. They just need somebody there that's just kind of like, you know what, Big, you're right. And you're a surprisingly intelligent man. Froggy, did you hear that? They said I'm spurt. They said I'm intelligent. I don't know what that means. Sorry, I'm done. I'm having too much fun. Froggy, do you know what... They said I'm perceptive. Do you know what that means? I'm really done this time. Oh yeah, he's in the teaser for Prime, too. When the hell is that coming out? Unfortunately, I don't really have much reason to believe it's going to be any good, because, like, Netflix has a very bad reputation right now, and everything they make seems to be really bad. So I'm not particularly hopeful about that one. I might have the reverse opinion of the average Sonic fan, whereas I think Frontiers is looking fun and promising, and I'm looking forward to it. And then Prime, I'm like, I don't know about that one. They didn't show us a lot, though, to be fair, but it's also just... Yeah, Netflix doesn't have the greatest track record right now. You motherfucker. You really didn't like the fishing? I don't think you play as big, for starters. I expect it to be a completely different fishing minigame. I don't think it's going to be like Adventures. Maybe it will be, though. I don't know. There's probably footage of it. I just got to a point where I was like, I'm going to stop watching. At this point, the game's due out in, like, 3 months? More, under 3 months? And, I'm absolutely getting it, so I might as well just wait. Experience it myself. Like, we talked about that thing about how if you put it in, like, Breath of the Wild terms, that, like, if there's, like, the 120 shrines, they have, like, these cyberspace altar things. And those seem to be, like, people were criticizing them because they were, like, old zones. You could see Green Hill Zone again, for example. But, then people pointed out that apparently, like, it's visually Green Hill Zone, but, like, the stage layout is from Windmill Isle. And I was like, that's super interesting. And I kind of wish I would have noticed that on my own. But now I can't. So, yeah, now I'm kind of like, I need to stop watching stuff about it. The big section's not that bad. I mean, the big section is kind of like, if you know what you're doing, it's over really fast. It's only like 4 stages or something. It's really short. And Froggy's always in the same spot. So you always go to the same point to finish it. I actually forgot about the second phase for some reason, but I'm just gonna... What can I say? I needed a drink. Honestly, if you had no idea what you... I mean, when did you play this? You had to have been, like, pretty young, right? I could see it being nightmarish when you're young. Because you probably weren't, like, reading anything about it. You were just meandering about, going, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing? So, that's honestly fair. I could see that. I'm actually gonna take the stance on the returning zones that people have pointed out on Twitter, and it's fucking true. People are only upset about it when it's Green Hill Zone. As soon as it's something else, they're like, yo, this is Pog. Because I saw one this morning that was, like, from Adventure 2, and everybody's like, yo, this is sick. But Green Hill Zone, everyone was like, this is bullshit, Frontiers is gonna be a 0 out of 10. They should just cancel it. But then as soon as it was Sonic Adventure 2, they were like, yo, Pog, Adventure 2. So yeah, I'm agreeing with that take. People only dislike it when it's Green Hill Zone and Chemical Plant, but as soon as it's something else, they're like, yo, this is cool. Which I think is also fair, to be honest. Like, yeah, stop using Green Hill. I think that's a fair request. That's a weird way of putting it. But... make it like Marble Zone instead or something. Sky Sanctuary hasn't been reused quite as much, though. And, like, nearly as much. Green Hill and Chemical Plant were in Generations, Forces, and Mania. Sky Sanctuary was only in Generations. I remember thinking, though, like, I don't like Sky Sanctuary that much. I remember thinking if they put Sky Sanctuary in Mania, that I was gonna be, like, pretty mad about it. Thankfully, they didn't. Making Marble Zone out of sheer spite? Why out of spite? I just mean, like, visually. Not layout-wise. I think they're all still, like, they're layouts from 3D games. I don't think they're trying to modernize any 2D areas. That'd be a weird thing to do. I guess not. Those games have the 2D sections. Oh, I can just run. What am I doing? I always forget about that. I mean, fuck the mobile games, though. Who cares? Mobile games are, like, definitive reused assets, so, like, who gives a shit? If you got a problem with reused assets, why don't you just go look at Mario Kart Tour for a little while and just, like, complain about that? Because that's a far bigger crime than anything the Sonic games have done. I'm not great at this fight. This would be the bane of my existence in a speedrun, I'm pretty sure. Because on that note, we have to consider, like, the racing games, too, and at that rate, nothing beats Seaside Hill. Seaside Hill has been reused to a hilarious degree. I'm pretty sure even Green Hill hasn't been reused as often as Seaside Hill, so we should still shut up. I'm gonna play this smart, like, big. Does the lightning shield make me immune to his laser? It does. I was gonna hyper, but who even cares? Now, you know what I will agree on? If Sonic Frontiers is in our hands, and the fucking Death Egg Robot and Metal Sonic are in that game, I'm gonna be mad about it. Those need a fucking break. If you're gonna put the Death Egg Robot in, at least make it this version instead of Sonic 2's. And if you're gonna put Metal Sonic in, at least make it Mecha Sonic from this instead of Sonic CDs. Like, those need a break, 100%. Oh, could you guys not see the laser? Yeah, probably because of flickering. It won't let me turn hyper right now. So that's a thing. I haven't figured out quite what it is, but this section is significantly harder than it is in the original game. And I don't know why. In the original game, you can just hold right, and you, like, basically can't die.
The weird thing is like, you're right, Volpe, but my capture card is 60 FPS. So it should be capturing it just fine. So that means the game isn't running at 60 FPS. It's running at, like, some other peculiar interval. But yes, that's usually the case, is that these old games ran at 60, and a lot of people have capture cards that only do 30, which with modern gaming doesn't fucking matter, because modern developers can't figure out how to do fucking 60 FPS, but they can figure out how to jerk off to 4K, but that's another thing entirely. So that's usually the case. Yes, you are still correct. It's just in this particular instance, that's not the case. Because, yeah, my capture card does 60, I'm capturing at 60, I'm streaming at 60. So that's something with the game, which is kind of peculiar. Like, I would assume if I switch over to Sonic 3 and play that version, that you'd be able to see everything just fine. Maybe it's because YouTube is rendering it 59.99 or whatever the fuck it usually does. That might be what's causing it. No, because when I look at it on my side, I also can't really see it very well. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on there. We noticed that, like, when Origins came out pretty quickly, though, that was a problem. There was something earlier where I was like, here's an because I was watching out for it earlier. I mean, technically, the flame on the back of the plane, I think that's flickering at 60, and every now and then you can see it like stagger, like it just did on the capture. It's not doing that on screen, so it's like the game is running at like an inconsistent 60 or something. I don't know. I think it's something with Origins though. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up, Scarlet. I did wind up going 30 minutes overtime, mostly because we spent 30 minutes talking about pronouns in the middle of the stream, but that's okay. Everybody kept it civil, remarkably, so I don't mind it. Yeah, like right now, well, for a second there, the flame looked like it was at a slower frame rate. It's doing it again right now. It's not doing that on the screen, so there's something up with Origins and its frame rate. I'm sure there's studies out there about it, where somebody's ripped it apart and been like, I understand. Like, I figured it out. It probably runs at, like, it probably pivots between, like, 58 FPS and 60 or something. Like, it's not a perfect 60, and that, like, fucks it up. I don't know. But yeah, it becomes a thing every now and then. A good example, which we're going to pivot and go look at really quick after this.
You are gonna cause this man to declare war on your entire island. Wink. See what I did there? It's no wonder that happened. Okay, let's go back to this. No, I don't want to be in Death Egg. Okay, that restarts the stage, my bad. Boom, 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 boom. It doesn't matter, we can do Sonic. Just because there's no save file yet. All I need is a shield. I need a bubble shield. Well, now it's not doing it, so you hate to see that. And then I immediately lost it. The shield does it too, though, where the shield's like flickering at 60 FPS, so every now and then it might have caused an issue where you just saw a solid shield and couldn't see Sonic, or you couldn't see the shield at all. It must just be an inconsistent frame rate. Which is unfortunate. But anyway. We didn't really decide what I'm doing tomorrow. I think I'm gonna do Fallen Star tomorrow. I think I'll do Fallen Star tomorrow. I don't know how long Legends is gonna take me, but I have to assume that like any Sonic game, even one I've never played before, isn't gonna take me more than one stream. So that should be fine. So I think we'll do that tomorrow. And then maybe Legends on Tuesday. Maybe. One or the other. Expect more Sonic and Mega Man stuff coming up, is what you can take away from this conversation. So all that aside, this is probably it for Sonic Origins. We're probably not going to come back to it again unless I decide to speedrun something in it, because I've kind of done everything that I can do at this point. I don't know, unless we have, like, a stream where we finish the game 2 hours early or something, and I'm like, hey, let's just go play Sonic 2 or something. That could happen, but as far as the Sonic Origins playthrough goes, this will probably be it. So, yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Riley and Theo, thank you for the super chats, and KC, thank you for the membership, which the bot still lists as a sponsorship instead of a membership. They need to get on top of that shit. This is kind of jammy. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out tonight. I will see you guys tomorrow for whatever it is I decide to do. I can probably guarantee it'll be Mega Man or Sonic related, at least. So yeah, see you there.